Okay, now you can hear me. Hello, everyone. I believe you can hear me. Um, I was gonna go on the street, but I saw VPM also streaming, and I thought it would be cool for me to stream again. Yesterday, I was on Discord for a long time, and I didn't stream it, and I regret it because there were some pretty good conversations. So I thought it would be cool to stream today. I am wearing my Don't Eat the Homies t-shirt. And yeah, let's just get into this. Let's not even wait too long. Hey, Richard Smith, nice to see you here. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, let's just get into this. Let's get into the whole vegan Discord thing. If you want to join, by the way, link is in the description. And I'm there often. I'm there on Discord often. Let's go. Okay, let me move this here and let's go.
Animals. There are about 7 ways. I'm trying to find it. I should. In a second. If you want, you don't have to.
No, I'm in a hurry. Like they are asking me to wait. I'll be back like in sometime. Like it was really nice listening to you guys. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, see you later.
I am setting an event in 30 minutes.
Heck yeah, nice. Oh, somebody in my chat says they can demolish veganism in 1 word. Please join.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. We're all here. We're waiting. We're listening. I literally live.
Chief, come on. It's gonna be the best word in the world. It's gonna be bacon. Come on. We know this. We know this.
I literally live for people to prove me wrong. I love it. I love it when people prove me wrong. It helps me grow. So please come here and prove me wrong.
Did you hear
chicken tenders?
Bacon?
Yeah.
It's the word. Yeah, sorry, Slavic. Go this. Go.
Chicken tendies.
Sorry?
I also didn't get that.
Chicken tendies.
Yeah, that's not 1 word. Bacon is.
But they actually posted bacon afterwards. That's the funniest shit ever.
I'm a prophet or something. People should start following me religiously or something.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah. The funniest thing about bacon is that it's just salty thing. It's just something incredibly salty.
Sub Felek. That's very pretty, Felek. You remind me of a meme. I just don't remember which one. Where the fuck did I bury how animal production is detrimental to us? I put it somewhere. I can't find it now.
Which one? Animal products are detrimental to us? Which one? The chicken?
No, all of them.
All of them. Oh, I see. Because
animal producing is detrimental to us as humanity in a profound ways. But I can't find it.
Yeah.
I can't find it in my site. That's what I mean.
Yeah. I figured that's what you mean. By the way, VPM.
What kind of arguments did you give for the detriment of us using animals? Like environmental, you mean, or?
Oh yeah, I found it. It's on my screen. I can go through it really quickly if possible.
Yeah, sure.
It's not well produced as well. It's just my tweet series that I just pasted in here. I have to write it better. So point number 1 is as consumption exists today, our environment suffers. So the first point is environmental. So greenhouse gases, the rainforests are cut down to raise soy for feed and for cattle. A specific industry like leather destroy entire regions. Leather is it's crazy how detrimental it is, not only to Kanpur, the specific city in India, but globally. It just spends 20% of our water or some weird shit like that. I should do a deep dive into leather. So mentally, the point number 2 is that it's mentally degrading to us. When we don't like a group of people, we dehumanize them, which includes downgrading them, quote unquote. to animal status and treating them accordingly. So if we didn't treat animals this way, then we probably wouldn't treat each other this way, right? So I put in a few example here. So animal practices were used to Holocaust Jews, Romanos, LGBTQ up until 1945, and today we also gas pigs to death. Point number 3 is animal testing is argued to hinder the invention of treatment. We can cure cancer and heart disease in mice, and we progressed some of the treatment or some in the treatment of humans. But since animals are easy to exploit, we keep doing that instead of looking for better alternatives. And we actually have evidence for it, how aspirin, one of the most widest used medicines on earth, like above 50, almost everybody uses this because it becomes incredibly dangerous for them to have blood clots. It almost didn't pass the regulation because it killed the animals on which it was tested. Point number 4 is reduction in biodiversity. This is something that most humans care about. I personally, like, as long as it doesn't harm individuals, I don't really care about this specifically. So our gluttony for animals use exploited the biomass of farmed animals while reducing the biomass of wild animals. A lot of people care about this, right? So from destroying their habitats and killing them interventionally, predators, badgers, and so forth, right? There is a badger coup in the UK that is incredibly unjustified in the scientific literature. I actually looked into this. It doesn't reduce bovine tuberculosis at all, but it keeps happening. They keep doing the animal badger cooling. Point number 5 is, speaking of badgers as disease, so the zoonotic disease is incredibly detrimental to humans, and all the zoonotic diseases arguably came from our interaction with animals, from our interaction with large masses of animals, right? Because that's how virality works. Their viruses mutated into viruses that we are also susceptible to. And that happens because they keep passing from animals to humans and back and so forth. Point number 6 is health. The leading causes of death are related to overconsumption of animal products, processed meat, type 1 carcinogen, sad fat, cholesterol. All of this is linked to heart disease, and it's easy to overcome on an omnivorous diet, which leads to obesity. It's easy to overconsume. I said on an omni diet. I'm not sure about this point. I probably should delete it. So yeah, leads to obesity. It's not the carbs, it's the omnivorous sad diet. And point number 7, just subsidies. Subsidies are taking away our important resources we could have spent that money to no longer have starving children in Africa. There you go.
Nice. Well, nice that
Yeah.
you added all of this. Yeah.
I should edit it. And if you have other points that I have not added in here, please, I can add.
Yeah, I would also expand a little bit with the subsidy argument, because I think it's also quite forceful that farmers get like subsidies when it comes down to animal products, right? Basically, the society or the government supports like animal exploitation rather than subsidizing like new innovative plant food choices. You know, I find this is actually also very questionable, morally speaking, that like exploiting animals is being subsidized, whereas like new innovations, are a bit neglected.
Let's see. Do we have some new people in here? Do we have everybody agreeing that that in order to live a moral life, you have to be vegan?
Maybe I was thinking we should start the event.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Yeah,
Axel?
let's start the event. Yeah.
It's gonna officially start it. I set it for half an hour from now because there was
Nah,
a
it won't start
conversation.
on its own. You will have to press the button. It's just a
okay.
timer. Yeah.
So
Then I'll be right back.
yeah, maybe you can all even start it now. Why not then?
So I will go into events tab. I have to find it now. How do you start it?
Go to the event, then look at the event you just created, and there will be a start button. Only you can start it.
Go.
Nice.
Ta-da!
Event
Yeah.
officially started.
Yep.
I get people on my stream coming in and telling me that they like animal products. To everybody who's listening to this, if you want to have a conversation with us, there's a link in the description. Come join us. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, bringing in bacon lovers. Let's see how it goes for you.
Should I be just as spicy as I was yesterday? Yesterday I was pretty...
Well, you've been so nice recently, Chip.
Say it again.
Yeah, you've been so nice recently.
I've been a bit too nice, yeah. I'm actually gonna... I feel like I want to be spicy from time to time. It's important.
Well, it's good to mix it up, isn't it? You know?
Yeah. Hey, M, I can't really see your full name, by the way. Are you vegan? M Banana or M? Does anybody want to discuss why they're not vegan? Does anybody want to explain to us what is it that they think it's okay to not be vegan?
Quiet. We're winning again, guys.
VPM, we're always winning this one, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a winning battle, always.
Somebody asked me why I'm vegan. Oh, go on, sorry.
No, I have a question to the anybody who's not vegan here. Can you name ways in which it's beneficial to us to exploit and slaughter animals?
Like breathing. Hello again.
Hey.
Maybe like feeding them and raise them and make them free to eat them. Like
Sorry,
so like
what?
that, or maybe.
So you mean that's a benefit that we get? So you mean we benefit from killing them? Is that what you're trying to say? That
No, I just not that, but I'm saying the process. Like we raise them, we feed them, and we'll make sure that they're fed, and we'll then eat them.
Sorry, how is that an answer to my question?
That and maybe the process, but I think about the ways. Maybe I misunderstood the question. If you can repeat it or rephrase it, will be awesome.
Yeah, sure. So I just spent a couple of minutes ago, like 2 or 3 minutes, explaining how it's detrimental to the humanity to exploit and slaughter animals for all kinds of reasons, both food and like other products, right? Yeah. So I'm asking, in what way can you name the ways in which it's beneficial to us as humans to exploit and slaughter animals?
Like using their like fur for clothing, something like that.
Yeah, but it's like detrimental to us to have the food and clothing specifically from animals. So it can't be also beneficial when you do have alternatives to those clothing that aren't detrimental to us.
Yeah, to us as a
I
society.
know, but...
Yeah.
So what VPM is saying is can definitely get some benefit, you as an individual, from exploiting an innocent animal, of course. But if you think about the whole picture, then society doesn't benefit. And I believe that in the long run, that means that you also actually don't benefit. So you're just taking a simple, very simple approach to it by saying, well, I benefit from it now, or that's how I've been doing it, or whatever reason you have for doing it. And you are disregarding everything around it, everything that's happening around it when you do that.
When you're talking about the short run, like I think the short run is repetitive. Like it happened repeatedly across the time. So there's no kind of score short run. Even along the life, like when we
Well,
benefit from animal, we benefit from its meat. Yeah, go
well,
on. I'm
no,
sorry.
no, it doesn't, right? Like it doesn't. Something that you benefit in the short run doesn't mean that it will benefit you also in the long run, because yet again, you forget all the other implications of it, as VPM has been saying. There's the environmental implication, there's the societal implication, there's the economical implication. There's a lot of implications of us exploiting animals. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think personally, the most benefit you get from being vegan is, well, knowing that you're in line with your own values. Because I'm assuming you, why, do not think it's okay to abuse animals, correct?
It depends. Like if I'm a farmer and I make money of this, of course, I think it's good.
So do
And
you
it's
think?
not I'm gonna say abuse, it's gonna say rise, because abuse, when you something wrongly, or you're actually harming the thing that you're talking about. Like abuse a person or scam him or something like that. But when it comes to animal, I think it's less intelligent. You say that it's sensitive and has some cognitive knowledge, or he like acknowledge us. But at the end of the day, it's going to die.
So wait.
All of us going to die. Mm-hmm.
So everybody's gonna die. That's true. We're talking about killing here. We're talking about breeding into existence to enslave and kill, right? We're not talking about the fact that animals die. We're talking about the fact that you think that it is moral to bring into existence sentient beings, use them as objects, and then kill them as objects, yet again, for something that you don't actually need, just because you perceive some form of benefit from it, correct?
Absolutely, I need. There are supplements in the animals, meat, and nutrition that I need daily.
Which one?
Do you think you could be getting those from other sources?
Like medical, you mean? I think they will have like on the long run, they will have like side effects or something like that. If you're talking about medicals and
Like what?
supplements.
Sorry, can you be specific? Which nutrients do you need specifically from animal products that you can't
Protein.
get from vegan? Sorry, you can't get protein from vegan products?
Yeah, what do you mean, man?
Yeah, the efficiency
Have you
of
looked at
protein in the
sheep?
animal is much faster, as much better than in the planet.
Yeah, if I showed you that that's actually incorrect, are you going to change your mind?
No, because I think it's kind of more to me. It's more subjective to me that.
So
But I
wait.
think
So you
Why?
are like a protein zealot?
Yeah,
You're not willing to change your mind when confronted with the evidence against your claim?
Maybe my claim is debunked, or maybe I've come at wrong sources. But I think that the meat actually more beneficial than plants.
That's great that you think this, but I'm asking you. This is like, do you know what an empirical claim is?
Empirical claim? No claim.
No. An empirical claim. So an empirical claim is when you make a claim that either comports or doesn't comport with scientific evidence, right? Basically, right, in a nutshell. So you are making an empirical claim that animal protein is somehow better, more bioavailable, I think you said, than plant protein. So if you are making an empirical claim, I should actually be asking you to provide evidence for it. But being a nice person, I am actually suggesting that I can provide evidence against your claim, right? To debunk your claim. The question is, though, if I do this, are you going to change your mind?
Maybe, yeah. If we're gonna change my mind, I think it's good. But do you think that I'm saying things based on experience, empirical? opinion, as we said.
Well, personal
But
experience is not empirical, nor should we value it in any kind of way.
Mhm.
It's because personal experience is usually confounded, especially by our personal bias.
Mhm.
Yeah. So if you look at my share, I'm sharing a screen in this Discord channel. If you look at it, let's begin. Let
Yeah.
me know when you're looking. Oh, okay, awesome. So this is the first thing that I always show people, right? Because proteins are basically chains of amino acids stringed together. And there are 9 essential amino acids that we have to get from our food, right? And we can't synthesize ourselves. And there are, I think, 11 amino acids that is not essential. So we can synthesize ourselves from other amino acids, right? So animal foods obviously have all 9 essential amino acids. And then we go down the chain. Legumes, beans, lentils, peas all also have all 9 essential amino acids. And these are, by the way, unprocessed foods. So absolutely whole food plant-based kind of products, right? If you add tofu into here, if you add seitan into here, it's going to light up. It's going to also have all 9 essential amino acids and even closer to animal products than this, right? Grain and pasta have all 9 essential amino acids. So generally speaking, you can eat pasta for protein, right? If you don't have a problem with too many calories. Nuts, all 9 essential amino acids. Vegetables, all 9 essential amino acids. So do fruits even, right? It's just a matter of how much, but they have all 9 essential amino acids. It's kind of funny. And mushrooms, obviously. Mushrooms just rule the world. And then we have direct research on humans. So they took 2 groups of people, young people. They fed one of them an omnivorous diet and gave them an omnivorous protein isolate, whey protein, which is considered the highest quality protein. And then they took a second group and they gave them vegan food and vegan protein isolate, soy isolate. And then they just asked them to work out a bunch. And the conclusion of this study that if you get enough protein, you can build enough muscle. So there is no difference in strength and size of muscle between the 2 groups. So what that means is it doesn't matter if you eat animal protein or plant protein, as long as you get enough protein to achieve your goals, they're going to be the same. There is no difference between them. We have a study of elderly people who it's incredibly important for them to get enough protein and even more protein than younger people, right? And again, conclusion
VPM?
is sorry?
I'm sorry for interrupting you there.
Sure.
Try to shorten it.
Oh, sure. Sorry. Yeah. So again, no difference between them. This is this study was paid for by the meat industry. No difference between the 2 groups. This study fed one group an omnivorous diet, the other group is a plant-based, well-formulated diet, and the third group what they call insufficient protein or like partial protein diet, basically fed them white bread. Again, absolutely no difference between them. So there you go. I hope this properly debunks the idea that you need animal protein.
Yeah, actually it does. It's been very helpful and kind of very scientific.
Yeah, so why
As
if
you
we provide you with resources that could help you survive and thrive on a plant-based diet, so you wouldn't have any issues concerning nutrition, is there anything that would make you ever consume another animal product?
The
said, I don't
taste.
know. Maybe I wouldn't say the taste, but the feelings that have been kind of normalized, kind of norm to me that to eat something like that every day. It's part of my life, to be honest. Like I was walking in Poach's chicken or chicken slaughter. It was hard for me at first, but I get used to it. As I said, it's me gonna part of my life.
Um,
Yeah, I'm sorry, like if I disappoint you guys or something like that.
No, so what essentially what you're saying is that you like it or that you're used to it, and that means you should continue doing it?
Yes, because
Oh,
my family needs that, and they also needs me to get something for that. Like when I work, they need something like that, so I provide them with something. Well, as their needs, they want. So I must share them. Like if it's gonna be like something awkward, then them, I don't believe that is going to help me and help my family.
so wait,
I'm
you
gonna
what
like
you're
make this connection.
okay, so
Hmm.
wait a minute. What you're saying is that you have a family. You would want to go vegan because you understand the message, but it would be difficult because you've been doing this for a long time and you want to share it with your family, and your family may not want to go vegan, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you then. If your family all of a sudden starts eating dogs, just like you're here talking to somebody, they're in somebody else talking to
Hmm.
somebody else, and
Hmm.
they understand that indeed there is no difference between killing a dog or a pig for something that is optional to us. And instead of them choosing to not consume any, they choose
Hmm.
to consume dogs. So if your family all of a sudden starts eating dogs, would you participate in it?
For yes.
Yes. Okay. So then let's go even further. If your family all of a sudden starts eating humans, would you participate in that?
Dead humans, yes. Like alive, no.
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding, but
but
if
why?
there's a necessity or there's that all the livestock that is only gonna provide me with the thing that I need, also
Wait,
go
wait,
with
wait.
it.
Question. If your family starts eating shit, are you gonna also eat shit with them? It has nutrients in it. That's why
No,
farmers feed it
no,
to
no, no,
animals.
no.
Oh,
No, I think
what's the cross there? Why all of a sudden
that's
you're not willing to
gross.
do this?
It's gross. Like when eat
Well,
shit.
flesh is gross. Killing somebody and then stripping them
No,
and
no, no,
eating
no.
that rotting
I
flesh
don't.
is
I
also
don't.
The
gross.
human would
I
need
don't.
shits.
But wait a minute, because so. By the way, it's the interesting thing, VBM. But why the reason for, you said you would eat dead humans, but we're not talking about animals being dying and then you eating them. We're talking about you selectively choosing for animals to be killed for you. So in the same scenario, dogs or humans, would you consume them? Like as in innocent dogs or innocent humans would be killed for you to consume them. Would you participate in that?
No, no, absolutely no. That's a murder. No,
So
100% no.
okay, so
There's a big difference between humans and also like there's a point that maybe I was struggling with between humans and animals that also we when we put them on the same side as us, like we think that they are equal to us because they are absolutely not equal to us.
okay, so
We are
you
supreme to
you
them. I'm much superior. Yes, I'm insisting in the idea that we are superior than the
oh,
animals.
okay, why? So you gotta explain to me how and I'll throw you a hypothetical right now in front of you. There's an intellectually challenged human being and a pig. Both of them have the same cognitive abilities, therefore they are similar. They have similar intelligence. And looking at them, what you're saying is that it's okay to exploit one but not the other. So why is it okay to exploit one but not the other?
I'm sorry, wasn't. I was like, I'm sorry, I was distracted by the chat. If you can say it again, it will be lovely. I'm
Sure,
sorry
sure.
again for not like following you.
Sure. So in front of you, there's an intellectually challenged human being and a pig. Both of them have the same cognitive abilities and thus the same level of intelligence. If you can
Absolutely
choose,
not. But you're thinking
it's not
that they are
absolutely not.
hypothetical?
It's not absolutely not. This is the hypothetical that I'm drawing. Yes, these are the premises of the
Okay.
hypothetical. So,
Okay.
so in front of you, there's an intellectually challenged human being and the pig. Both of them have the same level of intelligence. So then, why is it okay to exploit the pig but not the human being?
Because a human is one of us, and the pig is not one of us. It's just an animal.
Okay.
It has been made to be fed and rise and to be slaughtered
So
literally
wait.
and eat them.
Okay, so if we then take somebody a racist, if we, instead of running this experiment on you, we run this experiment on a racist, and we put instead of a pig, we put a different race versus the same race. Wouldn't you say that they use the exact same justification as you do, because saying, well, they're the same race as me, so of course they should be okay?
No, that's totally different when talking about races or something like that.
How is it
And
different? How is it different? What is
it's
a race?
absolutely different.
What is a race and what is a species?
Species are this kind of animals. A race
No,
is
no, no.
our
Human beings are
humans.
also species. Human beings are also species. Human beings are also animals. Species is a, I'll tell you what, species is a group of phenotypes. Race
Sheep.
is just another group of phenotypes. So what is the morally significant, like, what is it that you think discriminating based on one group of phenotypes is okay, but discriminating based on a different group of phenotypes is wrong? Can you please explain that to me?
Clearly, to me, I think that humans that communicate the same language as us, speak as us, and have the same cognitive sharing that we have, it's absolutely superior to everything you have. You will not find anything in the world
Sorry,
will
do you
be similar
remember?
to us.
So do you remember when we addressed this about an hour ago and asked you why is that a justification for slaughter of somebody when they are like inferior to you, like intellectually?
Yeah.
You never addressed it, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't address that yet. Absolutely,
Yeah,
there
yeah.
was.
So let's put it
So
this
why
way.
is that
Why?
a justification
Okay,
for
let's get
slaughter
this
somebody?
question. Okay, if someone is inferior than me and I have the right to kill him, you mean?
No, no, no. So why? There's let's imagine that we form an IQ test that is very accurate and can tell what intelligence is. An IQ test doesn't really do that, but let's imagine that it does. And we find out that I am more intelligent than you, or VPM is superiorly more intelligent than both of us. Would that mean that VPM has the right to exploit us?
No, because we are from the same race and the same species.
Then you're being fucking speciesist.
Yeah. So what if you were to find out that you know, a species is just, as we've said, a classification of phenotypes that in biology tries to describe well, similarities between organisms, but also, and the most important part, the fact that individuals can create fertile offsprings, right? So if we find out that, well, amongst each other, we're three of us, amongst each other, none of us can create fertile offsprings with each other, assuming that we could, you know, sexually. And we find out that, well, that is because we're actually subspecies, different subspecies or something. So biologically, the same thing that a species is, a subspecies would be the same. Would that give me a good enough justification for me to exploit and slaughter you? Because essentially, I can't replicate with you. You're a different species than me, so would that be a good enough justification?
No. No good.
Let me,
But
if you didn't understand that one, let me put it this way. You know who Superman is?
yeah, absolutely, I know him. Like Clark.
Yeah,
I know him.
yeah. So Superman is is obviously an invented character, but he's not our species. He clearly has power over every human being on this planet. Would it be moral if Superman wanted to exploit and slaughter humans because he gets benefit from it?
It would not be moral, but it would be suitable for him because he has the power and he's supremest to us.
So it wouldn't be
he's
moral.
Probably, yeah, it wouldn't be moral, but he is a suprema to us. Like,
wait. So
if he can do that, he will do.
Okay, so that's not the question, right? If he can do it, he would do it. The question is, would it be moral? And you said it would be moral. So then, so wait, did you say it would be moral or it wouldn't?
It wouldn't be moral.
Okay, so why is it that Superman oppressing you would not be moral, although you're a different species, although he is superior to you, but you oppressing an animal is moral, although you're a different species and you are superior to them, as you claim?
Like you compare the animal, you compare Superman and me or opposing me as I opposing the animal.
So
Sorry, can you answer Kip's question?
Yeah, I described a pretty simple scenario, right? You say Superman exploiting a human being is immoral. It's not moral because, I don't know, for whatever reason. You just say it's immoral. But Superman is a different species and Superman is superior. According to your own logic, then you exploiting an animal should yet again yield the same result. It should be immoral to you because you are a different species and you claim to be superior to them. So why exactly do you find that that is moral? Because that just seems like it's a contradiction in your view.
I don't think that's not a contradiction. I think that when someone does that is up to him. And of course, I said it wouldn't be more immoral to do this. But when me opposing the animal, or as you said, exploiting him, using its meat, using and feeding him and making him breed so I can eat him, that's a total different story. That's about
Whoa, Superman,
survival and
wait.
continuing
No,
feeding
no.
myself.
Why?
No.
Let me be clear. Superman would be doing it for the exact same reasons as you are. Optional food. Exact same reasons. He wants to kill and eat humans for the exact same reasons that you want to kill and eat
It is not
animals.
an optional food.
Optional food. Why? I think as VPM has shown you and as we've established, let's start on the premise because I don't want to go down this, you're right, we're wrong. If you find out that you can thrive on a plant-based diet, right? If you find out that that is the actual truth, that you can find out that you can thrive on a plant-based diet, then would you still consider it moral for you to exploit and slaughter animals for food that is, because you can thrive without it, makes it optional?
Yes, what you're saying is clearly logical. Like it makes it optional that the option I got, but historically, along the side, we all have been using the two types, like being vegetarian, not being vegetarian, using the plants and using the meat and mixing between them from all the history. So why come now and change this historical side?
Let me put it this way. Why? Superman has been doing this for 1,000 years. Does that mean that Superman oppressing a human being is moral?
Up to him, but no, it's not moral. It's not a moral thing.
Okay, so then we come back to the same thing. If you think Superman oppressing a human being is not moral, why is it that
this as I can't fathom, I cannot handle, to be honest, or bear that you're comparing us individuals, humans, superior to animals?
No,
I'm
I'm comparing.
Being sarcastic.
No, but why?
No.
The comparison I'm making is not that one.
No, it's that one. I'm being serious. Like, you're comparing us individuals.
I'm being serious right now, guys. Listen, man, like you can try to be as serious as you want, but the comparison was not between humans and animals, first of all. And second, you can make comparisons between humans and animals. You comparing one individual, friend, you comparing one individual to another does not mean that you, in one way or another, are saying that they are equal. Comparing somebody to somebody else could essentially mean that you value humans even more, or it could mean that you value animals more. It doesn't necessarily mean one or the other. A comparison serves that purpose for you to find out which one do you value more or whatever. But the comparison that I made, by the way, is a situation when one species of individual has power over one species of individuals and chooses to oppress them because they perceive some benefit from it. In the case when the species is Superman versus human, you say it's immoral, but in the case when it's human versus any other animal, you say it is moral. Yet your moral justification for all of it is just because we have power over them, us being superior to them somehow, or that, what other moral justification did you have? Is there anything else that you think we're superior? And you can do it.
Yeah, we're superior. We're more smarter. We're more agility.
So in all those situations, if Superman can oppress you for whatever reason, maybe he's smarter than you, maybe he has more power than you. If Superman can oppress you, then Superman oppressing you is moral according to your own logic, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then you agree that Superman oppressing humans would be moral.
Yes, if you want to, like if it has superior than us, because you're comparing us also to the animals, because you're making a similarly between the two situations, which one is hypothetical and one is realist, happening every day, maybe in every hour, and in some minutes it happens.
Well, no. So listen, man, listen. Your superiority complex is something that is happening every single day in the world that we live in today. Your superiority complex is the main issue that we have in this world today. Somebody thinking that because they have power, that means they get to decide for everybody else simply because they have power. Nobody, no. You having power over somebody else does not give you the right to oppress them. You need to stop it with this superiority complex, okay? You just need to stop it. Okay. If you think you're superior, then act superior. Act like the bigger man. Don't behave like a dick and oppress everybody simply because you can and you perceive benefit from it, okay?
Okay, I totally understand what you want, but you're talking about somebody. I'm talking about the animals.
I'm
It's totally
talking
different.
Wait,
Go on,
are
VPN.
the animals not somebody?
Yes,
Yeah.
they are just an object. They are animals. They have no cognitive. Like, do you think the
Did
animal
you
can
just
understand what they say?
hold on, did you just say that animals are objects?
Yes.
Oh, brother, do we need to?
Are
So
you
are
for
you?
real?
Yeah. What do you? Are you saying that a pig is the same as a chair?
Yes.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. Okay,
It's
I
have
think.
been a purpose. It's been...
I
Okay.
think-
Then listen, you are the one making an absurd comparison because humans and animals are actually comparable, meaning that they have some similar traits, right? But animals and objects, like a pig the same as a chair, you are making the ridiculous comparison here. Oh, it's worse than that. You are just like literally objectifying animals to the point that you are saying this is not an animal. Kingdom Animalia, the same kingdom we belong to. You're saying they are an object. They are the same as a chair. You're
And you have.
making a category error.
And you have no moral basis to stand on top of all of this. So adding insult to injury is you saying all of this is true simply because you have power over them, which is, my friend, that is not very smart. I'll tell you that. Like, we're here to explore things, but you gotta try. You gotta try, because otherwise it's just not gonna work if you keep getting bogged down in this. I'm superior, therefore I have the right to do so.
Yeah. And just for everybody
Yeah.
else, except for Y, right, who seems to be unchangeable anyways, and incredibly deluded at this point, I would even say. I'm sorry for the being harsh, right? For everybody else. So animals have this trait that we call sentience. Sentience is the ability to be conscious, right? It demands to have a brain and a nervous system. And the nervous systems obviously includes all the senses that we have, right? So touch, smell, hearing, and visual, like eyes and stuff like that, right? So we can clearly say that, for instance, plants are closer to objects, right? Because they don't have this thing, they don't have sentience, the ability to be conscious. But animals are. The comparison that vegans are making is who has the consciousness, and there, animals and humans are in the same box, and that's what actually makes it immoral to exploit and slaughter them. For the same reason, it's immoral to exploit and slaughter humans. So animals are definitely not objects. They are turned into objects by a matter of slaughter.
Why I just want to add, if you do really think that animals are objects, I would recommend watching my stream and to see if you could substantiate that claim.
Also, if
And
you think animals are objects, you should have no problem with animal abuse, correct? You should think animal abuse is then nothing wrong, because, you know, there's no such thing as object abuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd really like for you to describe how these pigs freaking out, how they are the same as a chair, because I'm pretty sure a chair is not going to freak out like this.
But let's move on. Let's move on from this. Everybody else, does everybody agree that we should not be consuming animal products?
What about fish?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What about fish?
Can you repeat that in a way that we can understand? Sorry.
Yeah. So why do you, like, if you can survive and thrive without eating fish, why do you think you would need to eat fish?
Fish have a lot of good benefits.
But if you can get all that from other sources, you know, do you think asphyxiating a sentient being to death is good for something that you don't need?
Sorry, is anybody talking now?
Yeah, I was also want to ask.
Yeah,
Oh,
why
once
do
in
you
a
want
while.
to
Sorry,
why do
just
you
one.
want to try to do you want to try to make your claim of how these um beings are the same as chairs? Do you want to
No,
describe how they are a chair?
Me?
no.
Yeah,
Go
go on,
ahead.
talk.
Maybe I was exaggerating to the way that it's so rude, and I wasn't put in my mind that I was saying that maybe obvious and a lot of rudeness I have said that come out of my mouth, but maybe I was exaggerating to make it more funnier, and maybe it's not.
It's not
I
funny, man.
remember, yeah, absolutely, yeah, but I remember like when I was a kid, I was loving this one goat. And I was like I was literally taking photos of him and videos. And one day we have like we'll take him to the slaughter. And after I found out and seen that thing like lively, I've cried. I thought that maybe I was a kind of coward or something like that. Maybe something wrong. But when you literally have something like that, it's it's have a bit it's have kind of something emotional towards you, like if you really farm this. But when you're a farmer doing this, there's a purpose because they want to make money. They're
So
totally different. Yeah.
why?
Mhm.
So you were not a coward for crying. I believe that you're human. You should be allowed to feel emotions. You should be allowed to be attached to sentient individuals, and of course that includes animals. And when something happens that breaks that attachment, of course you should be allowed to feel how you want to feel, and it's perfectly normal to cry. However, what makes you a coward, because you are a coward right now, what makes you a coward is saying that it's okay to exploit and slaughter other animals because you don't have an emotional attachment to them.
Yes.
Yeah, and that is a pretty coward move, because you seem to forget the fact that when you got an emotional attachment to that individual, you got an emotional attachment to that individual. You understood that that made them an individual, and you refuse to think about that, maybe because it pains you or something, and in turn you seem to then make the statement that, well, all the other animals are simply objects, or they should be treated like objects, even though you don't need to do any of that.
Yeah. Maybe I was pretty damn crazy about this statement. I mean, I should back off on that, I guess.
You know, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if you back off word wise, because, you know, I can say that I respect women, but if I go around slapping women's asses, then I can say that I respect women all day long. But if I do that, I probably don't. So even if you do think animals are not objects or should not be treated like objects, if you pay for animals to be treated like objects, then it doesn't really matter what you say.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you kind of have to back up with action.
Exactly. And by the way, action, just to be clear, because I feel like a lot of people misinterpret this, action doesn't mean you standing up for the animals. That would be pretty cool. But no, action simply means you not paying for them to be treated like objects. It's not even action. It's simply a non-action, more like stop paying for them to be treated like objects. So is everybody in here for or against animal abuse? F, I see you say humans are superior than the rest of creatures, so we can do whatever we want to them. Do you want to have a conversation with us? Voice, of course, not text.
Hello.
Hi. So tell us this thing that you believe that humans are superior. What makes humans superior?
Like humans are the most intelligent beings, so I think we have done so much advanced.
I'm sorry, F, just to be clear what we're talking about right now. We're talking about one human being versus one animal. What makes this human being superior?
I'm a human, so I'm biased toward human, so I will say human is more superior. He's more smarter, intelligent, and he has more
I
awareness.
think he's asking what trait makes you more superior than the animal.
Higher consciousness.
So you said intelligence, higher. How would you define higher consciousness?
Like we can question things more deeply.
So let's imagine that instead of you, I choose another human being who cannot do any of that, who has the cognitive abilities of the animal. They're maybe cognitively impaired, maybe they hit their head or something, maybe they were born in a way that they just can't possibly ration like you. Would it then be fair for me to exploit and slaughter them? Because obviously they don't have the same level of intelligence as me, and I definitely have power over them.
Yes, but you're taking only one exception of humankind. Like
wait. Are you saying it's okay to enslave intellectually challenged human beings?
Not human beings, but we can do to animals.
No. So I asked you, instead of I asked you to compare first one human being, let's say yourself, to an animal, and you said because you are superior to them in the level of intelligence. So then I said, okay, well, instead of you, I'm going to put an intellectually challenged human being, okay? Somebody who has the same cognitive ability of the same animal. So would it be okay to exploit and slaughter them because they have a lower level of intelligence?
So in that case, they both are same. So I think they're both equal in that case, right?
So yeah, so you think it's okay to exploit and slaughter humans in that case?
In that case, yes.
Okay, wow, interesting. So we got a person who is for the exploitation and slaughter of intellectually challenged human being. Okay, so then let's go even further.
That kind of person is dangerous to society, like,
Say that again?
That kind of person is dangerous to society,
So that kind of person is dangerous to society. I would say, brother, you are far more dangerous to society than that person is. But let's talk a little bit about this, right? So let's say I find out that I am more intelligent than you. Then does that mean that I can oppress you? Does that mean that I have a moral justification to oppress you?
No.
Wait a minute. Why? I'm already more intelligent. I'm superior than you, according to you. So therefore, I have the right to oppress you.
When you asked me the question that what makes human beings more superior to animals, I gave the reason that humans being have more awareness, So I didn't say that if we are more intelligent, so you can do anything.
Did you know that there's human beings on this planet, and this is true, who can see infrared light? These human beings have obviously more awareness than everybody else around us because they, first of all, can see a little bit more than everybody else can. So they are superior to both you and me. Can the human beings who see infrared light, can they then oppress you? Would it be moral if they choose to oppress you?
No.
Are we reaching another contradiction now? Why not? You said that they...
objective form, it's not a contradiction.
For them, it is, I will defend myself.
You don't. They have a higher consciousness, clearly, right? They experience more than you.
See, it is the same kind of situation like a tiger hunting a deer. A tiger is not wrong, neither is the deer. So in
It's not the same
the same
situation.
scenario,
No, it's not. You're not a
in the same
tiger. They're not a deer. You're in a situation where a tiger does not have options. A tiger does not go to a supermarket. You go into a supermarket and you pick what you choose. A tiger has no other option than to eat another animal. A tiger cannot eat anything but meat. You can. So in end, as you seem to claim, you're a moral agent, a tiger is a moral patient. So you as a moral agent, you who can understand what morality is, you claim that an intellectually challenged human being, one that is has the cognitive abilities of an animal, is okay to be exploited and slaughtered simply because you have the power to do so. Do you think that a lion would do the same to an intellectually challenged lion? I don't even know if that's true.
Yes, the lioness would eat that lion cub. Yeah.
yes, yeah.
And that's moral. And that's moral. You find that moral. You find infanticide moral.
For him,
I don't think anyone
it is
said that.
moral.
Wait
For us,
a minute. We're talking to two people right now. Somebody just
It's
now
because
said,
you're abusing one of them.
yeah, sure. So F, for I'm abusing them. Funny. Okay, so F, you claimed that intellectually challenged human beings can be enslaved because we have power over them, and they don't contribute to anything to society. Correct?
No.
Wait a minute. Okay, we have to go back. So why is it?
Because they're human beings. So no.
Okay, so then we have to go back to the same experiment that I just asked you moments ago, and you answered a totally different thing. Okay, so in front of you, there's an intellectually challenged human being who has the same cognitive abilities than the animal next to them. Why do you think it's okay to enslave the animal, but not the human being?
Because as a human being, my biasness is towards human beings, and
so it's in
it will
group
be okay
thinking.
for me to eat the other creature, but not human being.
So it's in group thinking. It's because they're part of your group, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Okay. So then we'll take somebody outside of your group. We'll do the same experiment that we just did now. I don't know if you're here. So you know who Superman is, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know who Superman is?
Superman, the movie one.
Yeah, the superhero, yeah.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, so he obviously has power over any human being on this planet, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and he potentially has like even more intelligence. Let's just make him super intelligent. Would it then be moral for Superman to oppress humans, to enslave them, because he has the power to do so?
If he does that, for him it is right, but clearly we will defend,
No, wait a minute. That's not what I'm asking you. It's not, morality is not for him or for her, okay? According to your own set of values, it should be moral, correct?
For me it is wrong, but from him maybe he's right,
But then you gotta explain, why is it wrong for you? They're different. They're not the same species, and one has power over the other.
So, we have to first define what is right and what is wrong,
So define to me, why is Superman oppressing why is one species oppressing another species wrong in the case when Superman wants to oppress humans, but when humans want to oppress animals, it is right. Again, different species and the same situation.
It is like whoever has power, he will dominate. It will dominate, and
that's not what I asked. That's not what I ask. I'm asking according to your own values, why is it moral for Superman? Why is it immoral for Superman to oppress humans, but moral for humans to oppress animals?
Because he's a human.
I'm a human.
Okay, so
it would be immoral for me to.
Okay, so it's just in group thinking, correct? It's just in group thinking, right? That's all you're saying. Is these individuals are part of my group, therefore it's wrong to do anything to them, correct?
Exactly.
Yes, sure.
Yeah,
okay.
That's how dehumanization happens. That's how de-animalization happens.
You cannot compare
that's how
a pig to a human.
happens. So this is Yeah, just to make it clear, when you do this, when you are like in group, out group, you're not really considering the individuals who are the victims of your actions anymore. You're just considering yourself. It's a selfish position.
Exactly.
Everybody
Humans
is
are
selfish.
selfish. That's life.
That's
We are all
life.
selfish.
Even the very moment you're breathing, you're killing microorganisms, you're killing bacteria. So we may say that
Yeah, bacteria. Yeah.
that's
We don't care about plants and bacteria. They are not sentient. Those are not sentient beings.
But I have a
They
question to
are.
you, my friends. Like,
Sure, I hope that question is so good that it was worth interrupting me for.
oh, you
Please.
can continue, my friend, if you want.
No, it's
My
fine.
bad.
Go on.
But we
Okay.
haven't finished we haven't finished the conversation
Oh.
with F. I'm sorry.
Okay, sure,
I
let's
want to finish
continue.
that
Yeah, yeah.
conversation. So
Okay.
okay, so we reached in-group thinking, and you think in-group thinking is okay, correct? You think it's moral for in-group thinking, for somebody to say, I will not oppress individuals of my group, correct?
yes, most of the cases, yes.
Okay. So then what you're saying is basically that a racist is acting morally because he's not oppressing individuals of his group, he's oppressing individuals of a different group.
There should be. You're clearly taking some very different,
No, I'm
scenarios.
I'm using your logic and trying to show to you that your logic is not a good logic, man. That's what I'm trying to do.
It's called a straw man.
It's not called a straw man because I'm not attacking one side of his argument. I'm taking his whole argument and applying it in a different scenario to prove to him that what his judgment is, what his logic is not foolproof. When it comes to morals, your logic needs to work. For example, if you say that it's immoral to exploit a sentient being, then you should apply that to all sentient beings. If you say it's moral to individuals of your group to not oppress them, and it's immoral to oppress sentient individuals from your group, but it's moral to oppress individuals of different groups, then whatever group that is, it should be moral, correct? So if somebody picks a group and a racist picks a group called race, then the individuals from his group, it is immoral for him to exploit, but individuals outside of his group, hence a different race, it would be moral for him to exploit, correct? According to your own logic.
What I actually mean was morality, morals are different from everybody, and
no, brother.
Yes.
Morals are not different for everybody. The axioms are different for everybody. The logic is there for everybody. Everybody applies the same logic to morals. You saying, well,
how do you say that racist is wrong? Maybe for him, he's right.
Yeah, but I would say that racism
and
is.
the society has made some rules and regulation that we define what is right and wrong.
No, listen, buddy. Listen. Morality does not work in you say what is right, I say what is wrong. Is you pass a judgment, try to be as objective as possible based on what is right and wrong. It's not you passing a judgment based on what you think is right and wrong. Morality is not objective, but it is trying to be. Do you know the difference?
But it cannot be, bro.
What do you mean by that?
Like, you allow killing of microorganisms, bacteria, but you don't allow to kill animals just because you feel emotional connection to them.
Nope.
Like,
no, that's a straw man. That's not why. That's a straw man. That's not why. So the reason we differentiate between bacteria and plants and animals is sentience. Sentience is the ability to be conscious. And consciousness just happens to be the amalgamation of traits that make somebody a morally worthy being, right? Bacteria are not morally worthy because it doesn't matter what we do to them. They are not sentient. They can't experience life. There is no individuals in there. That's the reason. Not because we find animals cute. In fact, there are plenty of vegans that don't really like animals. We just reach a logical conclusion. Sorry, can you mute yourself, Wonder? Because it's kind of hot micing. I appreciate that. So it's not because animals are cute. It's because we reached a logical conclusion that it's not okay to exploit and slaughter them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was good.
Somebody's hot micing like crazy. I appreciate that. Thank you for meeting me. So.
Okay. I don't know what to go from here. I don't know if you understood what the point is.
But my argument is still that what we may say wrong is for our, and
No, listen, man, that's the most intellectually lazy thing you can say. I think it's
How?
right, you think it's wrong. It's not about that, is it? It's about getting to the core of it. Why is it right? Why is it that you make
Everybody
this
have their own
distinction?
opinion, right?
No, it's not about everybody having their own opinion. Everybody is free to have their own axiom, as I mentioned. But at the end of the day, you have to reach an axiom. You have to reach that baseline of the morality. Otherwise, you're just saying, well, I think this is right and you think this is wrong. But that's not it. We're trying to explain why this is right or this is wrong, right? Like VPM just explained to you, the reason why we consider animals is because they are sentient, right? It's not just because we like animals. It's not because of anything. We've gotten to the point of it. It's sentient. It's sentience. So why, like, I asked you this once, and you said, and I asked you, why is it okay to oppress an animal but not a human? And you simply answered with, because they're a human. That's not an explanation. That's just a category.
That's an explanation, bro.
It's not.
You
It's
can,
okay.
No, that's
Listen.
just
you can
repeating.
talk. You can
Let's
talk,
take a scenario.
but an animal cannot talk, right?
Okay, well, there's
Yeah,
humans
so
who
that's
also
a
can't
trait.
talk.
There is a difference in your intellectual than an animal, right? You are much higher than the animals.
Hold on. Do
Who's
not
agreeing with
jump
me?
in.
Raise your
Hold
hands.
on. Hey, I'm gonna mute you.
Looking for
Do not jump in
confirmation.
with a yelling voice.
So,
There's production-
listen, you are not an intellectual guy, right?
Yeah, I am server
Okay.
muting you. Okay, do
Let
not
me
jump
take an
into the
example that will
conversation.
show that.
Do not jump into the conversation with the yelling voice. We can have
Okay.
inside voices at the moment. I will unmute you, but ask your question in a calm voice. Thank you.
Okay. See,
Or
let
leave.
me give
Oh, that's not good. They left. That's not good.
let me give an example that will show that of course morality is subjective. Like let's take an alien species that is that planet has got destroyed, and it is in the whole all of the species in a spaceship, and they don't have any planet to live on, and they find Earth. In that case, their only option is to take Earth and live there. So they have to kill human beings, right? So in that case, for them, it is right to kill
No,
human beings.
it is still
they have right to
immoral.
defend us.
It is still
How
immoral.
it's immoral? If
Because
if
they are
do not,
exploiting
come
and
to-
slaughtering innocent sentient beings, hence humans.
But then they will die.
Wait, let me ask you this. As I said, why is it immoral to you? It's immoral to me because my moral values say that it is wrong to exploit and slaughter innocent sentient beings on account that they are sentient. So why is it wrong to you? Is it just because they're part of a category?
No, the same logic. You're right, but that was your reasoning, right? And you want to defend yourself because
but
there's a selfish need that to save ourselves, but they also need to save themselves.
No. So listen.
What is right and what is wrong?
In your hypothetical scenario, exploiting and killing humans is wrong. Exploiting and killing any sentient being is wrong. The ends do not justify the means. If you think the ends justify the means, then you end up into some pretty weird Machiavellian shit, and we shouldn't do that, okay? Any form of injustice is an injustice, even if you think you need to do it, okay? But let's come back to my question, which I asked you just now. What is it? Because let me be clear about this. When I say an animal or a human, they're both groups. They're species. They're groups of species. So I'll just put this question like this: why is it okay to exploit somebody from the group that's different from me, but it's wrong to exploit somebody that is in the group that is the same as me?
Can you repeat?
Yes. Why is it wrong to exploit somebody who's in a different group than me, but right to exploit somebody who's in the same... Sorry, the other way around. Why is it right to exploit somebody in a different group than me and wrong to exploit somebody in the same group as me?
Because I'm a preference to my group.
And you think you
I'm
should,
selfish.
you think you should do your morality based on in-group thinking? This is the type of morality that you want to say? Like, let me put it this way. If you have a child and you want to teach them morality, are you going to teach them this? That, hey, if somebody's part of your group, you don't exploit them. But if somebody's outside of your group, you can exploit them. Is that how you want to teach your child?
No, if necessary,
That's in the
if
Talmud.
there is a necessity.
But we're not talking about necessity here. We're talking about strictly about optional products, as we've established, right? So in the case of optional products, would you still teach your child that?
Like, I think eating meat is nutritious.
That's
and
not what I asked. That's not what I asked. Don't move on
please
to
don't
something
change the
else.
subject.
No, so I asked you if you had to teach your child the morality that, like, you know, when you teach a child, they'll ask why. They won't just say because you said so. Children try to understand the reason behind things, okay? So when you say to your child, it's wrong to exploit humans, but it's right to exploit animals, the child will ask why. And you'll say, well, simply because we are humans, and it's wrong to exploit people who are the same type of us, individuals who are humans also because we are humans. So then this child will understand that, okay, well, if you are part of the same group as me, then it's okay to exploit. If you are not, then it's not okay, correct? Because you just selectively chose a group. Like, it's not like species all of a sudden makes a certain difference morally, right? It's a random group that you chose.
You know, let's suppose if a tiger comes and there's a man, I will obviously kill the tiger to save the person because my priority is towards my group.
That wasn't the question, though. It's not
So
about
I will kill
choosing.
my-
It's not about choosing which one to exploit. I didn't ask you to choose between them. I asked
I will
you.
tell them-
You have the choice to not exploit either, but you seem to think that it's okay to exploit animals but not humans. And I'm asking for a reason why, and you keep saying because they're humans. That's not a reason. That's circular reasoning. Okay? It's not okay to exploit a human because they're human. It's not a reason. You have to go deeper. What is so special about the human that makes it not okay to exploit them?
Just
Can I
because
butt
I'm
in
human.
and-
So
and
I have
say
my
something?
preference towards humans. That is the
Am I not
case.
talking?
Wait
Okay.
1 second, R. Wait 1 second, please, because we were discussing with somebody else.
Oh, I'm
Can-
sorry. I didn't know if this is like a thing where we can just unmute ourselves and talk, or if you'd rather speak to like one or two people at a time, or
No,
if you,
we just listen to this guy for a while. That's all.
we
If
can.
you
Okay.
if you have something that supports the conversation, it should be fine. But
Yeah.
if it doesn't have something to do with the conversation, then no, don't interrupt.
Okay, yeah, it had something to do with. I'll let him finish what he was going to say, and I wanted to add something, not interrupt.
You can go ahead. No problem.
Okay.
Well, all I was going to say is like human beings do exploit other human beings. Like billionaires do it to other people.
Do you find that
It's-
moral?
I find it that's the way it is.
No.
how it is.
So listen. We're not talking about here about how things are. We are full aware of how things are. We're talking about how things should be. Okay? So do you think, as you said, humans should be exploiting other humans?
It depends for the purpose.
It depends on
Right,
the
I mean-
purpose.
Yeah. Like billionaires exploit human beings, and it's really bad. But we get all kinds of technological advancement through the exploitation of people. We get.
So wait a minute. Would it be okay to exploit and slaughter you to get I don't know, better Bluetooth?
I think a billionaire probably would. Yeah.
And you would
probably
find,
would-
I'm not
probably
asking
would.
you, listen, I'm not asking you if somebody would. We've established that. I'm asking you, is it moral? Should you do that?
For me, it is not.
It's a little
think- I think-
intellectually
I think for
dishonest to
something-
bring the word slaughter into the discussion. There's exploitation by billionaires, but then you bring in the killing of human beings.
Yeah,
and you
because we're
threw
talking about
weight behind-
exploitation. We're
Okay,
not
let's
talking
stick to
about slaughter.
exploitation. Fine. Okay, let's not strawman my argument. Okay, let's move on.
not
Exploit.
trying to
Is it
strawman
okay? Is it okay to exploit a human being to get better Bluetooth? And by the way, exploitation, it doesn't mean a human being works. It means it's unfair usage. Do you understand what exploitation is?
Yeah,
You-
it's unfair
you-
to,
you
the
being-
worker.
So
Yeah,
is it
has
okay
to
to
be that way?
So is it okay to enslave a human being to get better Bluetooth?
In a way, if we want Bluetooth, if like the whole planet says we
Yeah,
want
but the
Bluetooth and we're
purpose.
kind of okay with that, then
You think
It
it's
sucks for
okay?
the factory
Wait a
workers and the
minute.
people.
So then you should have. Wait a minute. So then you're
We all
pro-slavery,
work and have
correct?
jobs.
No. Wait 1 second.
We
So
all
you,
work and have jobs.
brother. So you're pro-slavery. What you're saying? Because slavery was good for the humans who benefited from it.
Well, the fact of the matter with slavery is for a long time for agrarian societies, the only way to support larger populations was through slavery.
So you're
And
saying that
sucks
slavery
that's a
was
fact.
moral, correct? Again,
I'm
you,
just
you
saying it
keep
was a
saying,
fact for
I
the
don't care.
population.
I don't care. Listen, I will repeat it for the third time. It's not about what is, it's about what it ought to be, what it should be, what is moral, what isn't moral. That's what we're discussing here. Everybody knows what
I don't know
is
what would have been
or
better.
what
I
was.
don't know what would have been better.
So I
No,
don't
you're
ask. I'm not
because-
asking. I'm not asking you what would have been better. I'm asking you, was slavery moral?
You know the
Well,
main
that's
point
kind of
of-
not the question. That's kind of not the question, right? Because in a modern sense, no. But it's like, do we want to advance the human race past
But wait,
like 1 million
wait.
people living in Turkey?
Why was slavery not moral? Because according to your own rules of morality, you just said now that if people benefit from it, like if you get better Bluetooth, it's okay to enslave humans.
Well, yeah. If that's that's kind of like, I didn't say enslave, I said exploit.
Well,
That's
I
what
use
we
the
were
form of
talking about.
I
I'm
use the
saying-
form of exploitation called enslavement because it seems
Yeah,
like
that's a form
because
of it.
yeah
That's
yeah
a form of it.
yeah.
And I think
It's-
like if the technology needed it, and if everyone on the planet was like, yeah, we're okay with this for it.
No.
And we're all
Nobody
in-
needs
all in
nobody
agreement.
needs better Bluetooth. Nobody needs better Bluetooth
No.
that much that it's okay
Whatever,
to exploit
whatever.
and
I'm not
to
saying
enslave a
Bluetooth
human being.
specifically.
You
I'm
know,
not
the
saying
problem is-
Bluetooth specifically. I'm saying for an advancement of people.
Dude, okay. So in order for me to be calm right now, I'm going to have to ask you to stop making general statements and respond to my questions, okay? And I'm going to ask you a
ask
very
me the
clear
very
question.
clearly.
Is it moral to enslave a human being to get better Bluetooth?
No, probably not.
Okay, why is it
Specifically
immoral?
that, no.
You know
Because
the
we have
problem is
good Bluetooth already.
Okay,
Yes,
is
you-
it better
Yes.
to enslave a human being to get a different set of wireless communication that is superior to all the rest?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So
That
it's-
makes sense to me.
So it's moral to enslave a human being to get a better wireless protocol.
Well, it's like where do you draw the line at like slavery and like horrible capitalism? Do you buy things from China?
Brother,
Like-
slavery means you don't have freedom, for fuck's sake. It doesn't mean you get paid a little bit bad and you bitch and moan about it.
No.
Slavery means you don't have
I'm-
freedom. It means you're property of somebody. Is it
Okay,
moral
but-
to be a slave so that you get a better Wi-Fi protocol?
Okay, wait. Let's talk about that for a second. Like the difference between like slavery and getting paid virtually no money.
No,
and
I
you
don't want to
can't live
talk
with the
about
money
that. I
you make.
defined slavery for
Because
you
that's really
just now.
important, because-
I defined slavery
No,
for you
because
just
that's
now.
important.
I defined it. It's
Dude, that's
you
a
being
bad
a
definition.
property
That's a bad
and you.
definition.
That's what slavery is, man. It's about somebody being treated as a
because-
property.
Okay,
you know,
okay, what's
may
wrong with
I
that
speak
then,
something?
right? Like, it's like our dogs are our property, right? But like, do dogs live bad lives? So is it necessarily
No,
being
brother.
owned that's a
Dogs.
bad thing, or
A
is it
lot
actually
of people enslave dogs. Yes, a lot of people treat dogs like slaves. Yes, a lot of the times dogs are slaves. Yes.
And dogs are very happy slaves. And
That's
so
not
you're-
what
you're
I asked.
breaking the whole point of what you're saying.
Nope, that's
Right,
not
so
what
you're
I
like,
asked.
slavery's
I don't
bad
care
because
about
dogs are
happiness,
slaves,
friend.
and so
I
dogs
don't
are
care
property.
about it. I care about I'm anti-slavery, my man, and you're pro-slavery
But you're
if you get a good enough benefit. That's what you're saying.
You're so
You
no,
don't care about
because the thing that
happiness.
makes
Wow.
slavery bad, the thing that makes slavery bad is because it makes people feel horrible most of the time.
No, it's because it removes the freedom and treats people like property. Even if they were treated, do you think, wait a minute, do you think that slavery should not have been abolished and instead we should have given slaves good conditions?
I think you two should have a first principles discussion because I think you have different goals for the world. Chip Guy,
Yeah,
I think
because
you have this
that's why I
idea
said we need
of
to
what
talk
ought
about
to
like
be
slavery.
morally.
Yeah,
Chip
we
guy,
need to
the
talk
problem
about
is
that.
you're taking morality as objective, but instead
No,
they are
can
just
we
beliefs
please,
shaped by
can
where
we
and how you were
please,
raised.
No.
can we
Let's
please,
Can you
let's
give an
get to the
argument
bottom
to
of this.
this?
I
Hey,
think this
They are
is
just
one
beliefs
topic
shaped by
at a
where
time,
and how you were
please.
raised.
One topic at a time, please.
okay, so let's
Yeah.
let's finish with the slavery deal, okay? So because I'm pretty much, I don't know if I want to continue a conversation with somebody who thinks enslaving human beings is okay.
No, I don't.
So
no,
I'll
I
ask you
don't
the
think
same.
it's okay.
Enslaving.
No, you keep talking talking over me. You keep talking over me and like making these statements about what I believe, because
Sure.
I believe in something very nuanced, and you're like flanderizing the shit
Sure.
out of me.
Sure, sure, sure.
So
So
listen,
let me
I
ask
do
you
not
this.
think
So I'll ask
slavery
you a
is
simple.
okay.
I'll ask
I
you a
think-
different question. You did. But I'll ask you a different question just so you can repeat yourself, and maybe I didn't understand it correctly. So, is it okay to enslave a human being and give them good conditions in that enslavement? They are still property. They still don't have freedom, but they have good conditions, as you said. So, is it okay to enslave this human being to get a better Wi-Fi protocol?
I would say yes, because it's not. And let me
What the
justify
fuck?
my
You
reason.
said you're not. I just said you are a pro-slavery person. You
Yelling
just
at him.
proved to me you're a
No, because-
pro-slavery.
no,
You
no, no,
deserve
no,
to
no,
be
no,
yelled
no,
at,
no.
man. You deserve to be yelled at. A person who is
listen,
pro-slavery
let me tell
deserves
you-
to be
let me
yelled
tell
at.
you why. Because what's the
Jesus
difference
Christ.
between doing that and having an apartment?
Oh, go,
Right?
go,
Like, what's the
dude.
difference
Go
between
back,
that
go
and
back
then-
to your privilege. Freedom is the difference, you dick. Do you know what freedom is? For fuck's sake. You're starting to piss me off. You really don't know what freedom is? Are you that privileged that you take for granted the freedom that you have, and they are saying that enslaving somebody is the same as you having to go to a job? Come on, man, get a grip over
it's
yourself.
kind of the
You're
same thing.
ridiculous.
If you don't make any,
Holy
money, if you don't make any money, and you do some bullshit job every day, and you only make enough to be able to support yourself, and you live where you work, what is the difference?
Brother, you, my friend,
Freedom.
you, my friend, are an extremely privileged person who
So-
cannot
so
possibly
let me
think for
ask you this.
themselves. And you are saying
No, no,
that
no,
you
listen,
are the
listen,
same as a
because
slave
your
because you have to
definition of that-
work. You, friend,
Well, is it?
are so entrenched in your privilege that you cannot possibly
No.
understand the fact that lack of freedom is
No,
a
I'm
big
saying-
fucking deal.
Maybe,
Okay,
maybe
well,
I
is
can add
everybody-
something.
Is everybody in a country without freedom of speech a slave? Like, because that's like the ultimate freedom. If you don't
no.
have full ability to say exactly what
Actually,
you want, are you a
yes.
slave?
Yeah, actually, yes. You're right. Yeah, everybody who is in a country where they don't have freedom of speech, they are pretty much the slave to their government. Yes.
Okay, so, but like, are these people like unequivocally suffering in the same way as chattel slavery?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter if they suffer
because
or
it's
not.
a spectrum,
At the
dude.
end
Like,
of
you're
the no,
simplifying it. You're saying everybody who-
freedom does not mean freedom is not about whether you like it or not. Freedom is a right we all deserve. I can't believe I have to teach you this, and we're not even talking about veganism. We have to. It's
No, I
insane that we
believe-
have to
no,
find
I-
people
no,
that
you're-
are
you're wrong,
pro-slavery.
because I do think it's a right. I do think it's a right, and I do think it's something that all people deserve. But it's like, I think you're like saying, oh yeah, man, let's just all live in peace, man. Let's not exploit anybody, and we'll just live on this communist island, and we'll just fucking go.
I'm
It's
not
like, no,
interested.
it's not the
I'm
way
not-
how the world
I'm not-
works. The world needs to
Can I-
stratify
can I-
itself
can I
into a
add
hierarchy
something?
for anything to be done.
I'm no
That's
longer
what you don't
interested.
understand.
Let me just say, I'm no longer interested in speaking to somebody who is pro-slavery. I want to speak about animal
Not
rights.
pro-slavery.
If I were to be speaking about human rights, I would continue speaking to you and show more absurdities in your view. But right now, I want to speak
No,
about
it's not-
animal
it's not
rights,
absurd.
and I'm not
It's
interested
not
in
absurd.
speaking to a
You're
bigoted
ridiculous because you
person
think-
who
you
says
think this
that it's
label of
okay to
something is
enslave
horrible.
people. I'm just not interested. I don't care
No,
about
that's
you
not what I
enslaving
said.
people. I
That's
think
not
it's
what I said.
I literally asked you if you're
You baited-
enslaving
no, because you
somebody.
baited me
If
into
you're
this.
no,
You
I
literally
asked
baited
you.
me into this.
Dude, I asked you this question 5 times. Stop being a baby
Well, if-
and answer the question one last time, okay?
If you
Is
could
it
save
okay?
1 billion
Is it okay?
people's
Friend, stop. Is it okay? I'm not baiting you. I'm asking you this. If you feel like you it's a pretty simple
think you
question.
understand why
Is
it's
it
bait.
okay
I don't
to
think you understand why it's
enslave
bait.
a human being? Is it okay to enslave a human
what purpose?
being for better Wi-Fi protocol?
For better Wi-Fi protocol. No, because we already have really good Wi-Fi.
All of
Or-
the
or-
sudden changes his answer because he realizes that it's an
because you said
absurdity.
No, because this question where I said yes, you said better wireless communication protocol, not Bluetooth and not Wi-Fi.
Better wireless protocol. Okay, is it okay to enslave a human being for better wireless protocol?
Well, yeah. Like let's say
There
it's
you go.
better.
Thank you. That's it.
bro.
You're pro-slavery. I'm no longer interested in having
I'm
a
not.
conversation with you. Thank
I'm
you.
not.
We can move on. Or at least I
Okay.
want to move on.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sorry. I can't understand.
Don't
Let me
apologize
talk
to
and
me.
explain.
Apologize to the
No,
enslaved
I'm not-
individuals
I'm not
that you want to
apologizing.
enslave.
I'm not apologizing to anybody for
Yeah.
anything. You're
I
not
would
letting
I
me
would say
explain why.
perhaps you should stop thinking that it's okay to enslave humans. I'm just saying.
So that's great. Yeah, tell them what to think. So River, I think there's a lot of nuance to your point here that is just not being addressed by someone who's interested in yelling at you and calling you names.
Yeah, sure.
So what
I've
I
called
think you were
him
getting at
a
was something
pro-slavery
like
person.
the sort of sweatshop analogy here, right? Like if you send someone to this same factory every day, they go from this apartment that is designated by their workplace to their workplace every day. They go nowhere other than those two places. They're given zero money with which to do anything, voluntary or discretionary. Those people fundamentally have no freedom. Is that basically what you're getting at?
That's basically. I'm not saying someone like me who lives in the United States and I get to choose my occupation.
Okay, River. I think I have
I'm
a
saying
question.
someone who,
I've been holding
like,
back this question for quite a while now. Can I ask this question to you?
If you've been holding it back for quite a while now, you can hold it till the end of his sentence, right?
No, because it's yeah. Okay, so the thing is, if the person you're talking about, if they stumbled upon some treasure, or if they won a lottery ticket and they get like $1 million all of a sudden, they can still just end the job they are into and they can go and do whatever they want, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
like, it depends, right? Like,
yeah, but the slaves that Chip is talking about, they don't have that option as well.
Okay, so you're gonna bank your entire life off of winning the lottery, right? Like, that's just a bad plan. Like,
No,
that's
we're wasting our time.
options.
No, we're wasting our
Yeah.
time. This person is pro-slavery and he's trying to find every
I'm not.
justification for
I'm
it.
not.
Let's not
No,
talk
I'm
to
not
this
finding
person.
any
He's
justification
not
for it.
interested in
You guys-
respecting human rights or animal rights. That's it.
No,
Chip
because
Guy,
in
we've
order
heard
to
your
understand
argument like
animal rights,
4
we
or
have to
5
define
times.
human rights and what's acceptable for humans versus what's acceptable for animals. And you can't make the line because you just say a word is bad and you can't even define the word to make it a bad thing.
Well, no,
It's
I
like
can.
dog.
I explained to you very specifically why slavery is bad. Is because somebody's treated as a
being owned
property
by a
and they don't have freedom. And you seem to think it's okay for somebody to be treated as property and not have freedom for a better wireless protocol. Correct?
Well, no.
That's what I asked you. Is it okay? I'll ask you for the fifth time, for the sixth time. Oh, so yes, it's okay for a human being to be property, and for a human being to not have freedom, all for better wireless protocol. Correct?
I think we should just give him a mirror and let him yell at himself.
What if
for a
better
little while.
wireless protocol allows us to put colonies on the moon? Is one person's life worth that?
Okay,
Yes.
I think we should move on.
Yeah, the ends don't justify the means, my man. Yeah, let's move on.
I think they do. Because that's how the way. That's the way.
Because
how the
you're
world
not
works.
because
The
you're
world is a
not
hierarchy.
because you're not part of the
There's no
ends.
way to
That's
fight
why.
it.
Because you're not part of
there's
the
no way to
ends.
fight it.
Because you're not part of the ends. You and Machiavelli have the same view. The ends justifying the means is something that Machiavelli said.
No, well, that's how it works, and we might as well work with it.
No,
rather
that's
than
not how it
be
works.
against it and make things as fair as they can be.
That's
but
not
that
how
doesn't
it
mean the
works.
world's in a horrible, fucked up place where horrible things happen.
Because of people
It's
like you.
No,
I
it's
think
not
there
because
are
of
many
people like me.
people with many
It's the same
questions.
reason.
We should
It's the
move
same
on.
reason when you
Yeah.
throw a bunch of marbles on a board, 80% of the marbles end up in 20% of the space health.
So
It's a law of nature.
from now on, I will no longer have a conversation with somebody who thinks slavery is okay. And just because you get some benefit from it, let's move on to the next person. Or, I'm not interested in talking to you anymore. I'll just say that.
I'll throw my hand up. I've been trying to edge in here for a little while.
Sure, go on.
Edge, huh?
So, why is it okay to oppress animals but not humans?
My God.
Okay, so hold on. So we first off have to do oppress, because you're asking why is it
Cruel
okay
or
to
unjust
kill?
treatment. Cruel or unjust treatment. I'll just use oppress from now on. Cruel or unjust treatment or an exercise of authority. That's what oppression is. So why is it okay to be cruel or unjust towards an animal, but wrong towards a human?
What's our standard of ought or ought not? Like what's the moral boundary here?
That's what I'm asking you. Is that your belief?
No. So, but hold on, because it goes back to first principles, which is what I'm trying to get at here. It's like you have some idea of where the world should go and what it should be and who should be able to get there with you. And I have mine.
No,
Where
I
is
don't have
worse?
that idea. I don't
You do.
I don't derive my life based on where the world should be. I derive my life based on the moral values that I would hold. So I'm going to ask you right now, morally speaking, based on your moral values, do you think it's okay to exploit a human being? Not to exploit. I said I'll use oppress. Okay. Do you think it's okay to oppress a human being for something you don't need? And do you think it's wrong? And the same question, do you think it's okay to oppress an animal for something you don't need? It's two questions, one for humans, one for animals. Same situation.
Okay. Well, if I answer the first one, you're going to cut me off before I answer the second one. So why don't you ask me the first one again?
Is it okay to oppress a human being for optional products?
And you defined oppression as cruel or unusual treatment?
Cruel and unjust treatment, yes.
Cruel and unjust treatment. And how optional is the product?
You can survive and thrive without it.
Okay, we can survive and thrive without nuclear missiles unless the other person has them.
Sure. So is it okay to oppress a human being for an optional product?
Is a product used in self-defense optional?
Whatever it is, it's an optional product, as I've clearly explained.
No, you've used the word optional multiple times, and I'm asking you what the standard for optionality is.
It's simply something you do not need. You might get benefit from it, of course, but you do not need it. You can get the benefit from other sources.
Okay, so you're asking basically a conditional statement. Is there any time where you can benefit enough from one thing that oppressing people for it is, like, acceptable?
No,
like, what if it's the cure for
I'm
cancer?
asking you fairly simple. Is it okay to oppress a human being for a product that is optional to you, and any benefit that you perceive from that product is a benefit that you could perceive from a different product without oppressing that human being?
So you're asking me if it's okay to oppress a human being just because you want to?
Essentially, yes.
Well, that's a remarkably stupid question. Of course it's not.
Okay. Is it okay to do the same thing to an animal?
Absolutely it is.
Okay, so we reached the point. We reached the point of contention. It's okay to oppress an animal simply because you want to, but it's not okay to oppress a human being, who is also an animal, by the way, because you want to. So explain to me, and I'm going to say it, please name the trait. And when I say trait, I mean the phenotype, really. So please tell me, what phenotype does the human have that makes it okay to oppress, that makes it wrong to oppress them, but okay to oppress the animal? So essentially, what is the difference between them in phenotypes?
I will say that it's an economy.
So phenotype is not an economy. Phenotype is not the economy.
No. Economy requires the acutely developed.
You don't understand the question, so listen again. He's going to ask you again.
Yeah, we'll say the acutely developed prefrontal cortex that allowed us to start a society.
So if we find a human being whose prefrontal cortex is just as developed as that of an animal, then it would be okay to oppress them just because you want to?
So if we find someone who's mentally disabled to the level of an animal,
yeah,
you're asking me if it's okay to mentally oppress that person?
Not mentally, to oppress them, yeah. They are mentally disabled. Is it okay to oppress them? Because you can.
Breed them for food, harvest them for food in factory farming or anything else.
Yeah.
No.
No, why is that? So then it's clearly not
being
about
inconsistent.
that.
You need to explain that he first was being inconsistent right now. He gave like two contradictory answers.
Yeah, exactly. You gave two contradictory answers because you said that the reason why it's wrong to do that to humans is because they have such a developed prefrontal cortex that they can develop society. And I said, well, if we pick a human being who doesn't have such a prefrontal cortex, would it be okay to oppress them? And you said, no. So then that's not the difference that makes it okay to oppress an animal but not a human.
Your question was, would it be okay to oppress them just because you want to?
Just because you want to, yeah. That's the exact same scenario.
The answer, of course, is no, but not because it's got anything to do with the person. It's because it has something to do with a human being being willing to oppress another human being.
Yes, so I ask you the same question again. I'll answer the question again, okay? I pick one human being out of the whole 8 billion people on this planet, okay? Is it okay to oppress them because I want to, as you said, is it okay to oppress them?
No, it's not.
Okay, but any animal, it's okay to oppress, correct? For the same reason.
That's correct.
Okay, so out of all these human, is it safe to assume that when you're saying this, is that your rule that it's wrong to oppress a human being applies to all human beings, correct? All human beings, correct?
Yeah. Yes,
okay,
yes.
so I'm going to pick a human being that is intellectually challenged, that has the cognitive abilities of the same cognitive abilities of the animal. So in front of you right now, you have an animal that you think it's okay to oppress, and a human being who has the same cognitive abilities of that animal that you think it's not okay to oppress. So what exactly is the distinction between them that makes it, the morally relevant distinction that makes it okay to oppress one but not the other?
An individual who's willing to harm or exploit human beings presents an immediate threat to human society.
Oh, no. I'll tell you this. You are on an isolated scenario. It doesn't really pose any threat to you or society, whichever you choose.
Okay, so completely irrelevant world where nothing matters, but go on.
Exactly. You are on an island, and you have the choice between oppressing an intellectually challenged human being or an animal. Both of them have the same cognitive abilities. Why would you think it's okay to oppress the animal but not the human being? What is the difference between them?
Well, if I'm on an island in the middle of nowhere where nothing matters, I'd either oppress them both or neither of them.
So you would think, if you were in that situation, you would think it's okay to oppress a human being?
I would think it was not in any way prohibited, yeah.
Okay, so the only reason why you think it's wrong to oppress human beings is because we have laws and rules in place for you to do so that you can't do that.
Well, I think it's because of the reason behind the laws, but yes. Yeah, go on.
You think it's what is the reason behind the laws? I can't just go on if you're going to make a statement.
Well, law is fundamentally an ought statement, right? So we say we ought not kill each other.
And what is the reason behind that law?
Because killing each other would result in the collapse of our society.
Okay, so if a society was formed of only two individuals, and those two individuals do not agree on the fact that oppressing each other would be wrong, then you would find oppression okay, correct?
Well, the first war started when the second man invented the first weapon. So, yes, absolutely.
So oppressing human beings is correct.
Oppressing if two human beings are going to oppress each other, they're going to try. One of them is going to win.
Let's put it this way then, because it's a very interesting one, right?
Because they're animals. Like
so 200 years ago in USA, we had slavery, okay? And slavery was legal back then, okay? So it was both legal. Was slavery moral? And society benefited from it. Was slavery moral?
So I'm going to ask you this, because you don't.
I'm going to need you to answer my question.
You don't even seem to be considering this in any of your questioning. And one, I'm going to need you to answer my question is just you spitballing. I understand it makes a good show, but you could always try being, honest and.
I am. I'm asking you a question. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to so listen, what I'm doing, just to explain to you what I'm doing for a second, because when you're making these statements about myself, I can't help but defend my way of reasoning and explain to you. The reason why I ask you these things is because when you say such a thing that it's okay to exploit another human being as long as there's no repercussions for it, then surely I will have to understand that any other form of exploitation that has happened throughout our history, you're saying that they have been moral. Any other form of oppression, I'm sorry, because we said we'll use the word oppression. Okay, so then I picked another thing that most people on this planet agree that it is bad, that it is immoral. I picked strictly slavery. But you, according to your own values that you just stated so far, knowing that it is legal, so it is not prohibited, knowing that you have the right to do so, then oppressing those individuals, aka enslaving them, according to you, is moral, correct? So slavery was moral, according to you, correct?
Nope.
Okay, so we reached a contradiction. Why is it that
we haven't
slavery
reached
is not
a contradiction?
Yes.
We've reached a point where you were unwilling to listen to my statement, and as such, think that there's no context behind the answer to my question.
Please explain to me what's the context of when oppressing a human being. Please explain to me the context when oppressing a human being is moral.
See, and now you've even given me context to my context. Just let
No,
me
I'm
make my
asking you
statement
what the
and
context is. No.
So-
It's not about you saying
sure,
whatever you
sure.
want. It's
So-
about
so,
asking, having a conversation.
Yeah,
So you said I
get
don't
it.
respect your
Go on.
context.
You
So please tell me what
say
your
that same
context
sentence
is.
Again, you'll make just as much of a change in the world. So
I'm asking you what the context
are you
is.
familiar with what the term moral agency means?
Yes, of course. We are moral agents.
Okay.
Yes.
So we are moral agents, and we are acting from an abundance of information.
Okay, go on, make your point.
At the time, no such abundance existed.
Oh,
as a
but
matter
it
of fact,
did.
right now,
But it
right now, a double-digit percentage of even America, even in its best school districts, is completely illiterate.
Again, see, this is why I ask you questions, because you see what happens right now. You are not even saying things that are regarded to the subject that we're talking about. Like
I just said, and at that time, but you had already cut me off. So
before you just mentioned something that has nothing to do with what we were discussing. So I'll ask you again: in what context is oppressing human beings moral? And this is the last time I'll ask you. Spoiler alert.
No, it's okay, Chip Guy. I have no interest in discussing anything with you any further.
I mean, you said oppressing a human being, if there is no repercussion for it, is okay, correct?
No.
No? Okay. So then I'll come back to the same question that we started all this thing with. What is it? In front of you, you have an intellectually challenged human being and an animal. Both of them have the same cognitive abilities. You seem to think that it's wrong to oppress a human beings, but it's okay.
Who are you speaking to?
To you.
No, I already said that I'm not interested in having a conversation with you any
Okay,
further.
so you can't answer that question. That's fine. We'll move on.
Yeah.
So we're going to make the can't equivocation? Yeah, that's fine.
No. I asked you this question before, but you couldn't answer. No, it's not that you won't answer it. I asked you this question 3 times already, and you couldn't answer it. So it's not. There's no.
I answered it twice.
And
you
said
my first 2 answers.
And you said what did you say? The developed prefrontal cortex, correct? And I equated that, and I said, okay, well now we move on to the next question, and the next question is, if they both have the similar prefrontal cortex, an animal with a human being, they both have similar cognitive abilities. Would it be okay to oppress the human being, knowing that they have the same cognitive abilities as the animal?
Well, actually, you presented me with a mentally impaired human, not an animal with the same cognitive abilities.
Yeah. That's exactly what I presented to you. That's what I just said now. And as I was asking, I realized you could also understand from that the animal has the same cognitive abilities as the human, but I strictly meant that the human has the cognitive abilities of the animal. Yes.
I'm sure you found that to be very interesting.
No, I'm curious. So why is it okay to? So you cannot answer this question. Okay, that's okay.
I refuse. Yeah, I refuse.
Okay, let's move on to the next person then.
You can attribute that to my lack of intellect if you want.
No, I don't. I don't think so. I think the reason why you cannot answer it is because you know that when you answer it, you'll reach a contradiction. That's the only reason.
I don't think so.
Then why not answer it?
My moral position is entirely coherent.
So let's explore it. That's what I'm doing. I'm asking you this question. Why are you afraid to answer this question?
So, Chip Guy, here we go. So we're in a veganism channel?
I asked you the question. In front of you, there's a cognitively impaired human being and an animal. It's the last time it's the last time I'm going to ask you this question, okay? Brother, but this is how the conversation goes. It's not that you care or don't care.
The reason that I
just say your bullshit thing. You're going to be saying your bullshit thing anyway, and you're not going to listen because you're not interested in listening or exploring your moral values. You're just interested in coming here and winning the argument or some shit. And I'm interested in actually educating you. So if you're not interested in being educated or finding the contradictions in your moral values, then please.
Why don't you let me
get
start?
Out. I'm not interested. You said you're not interested in having a conversation with me. I asked you a question, didn't I? Did you answer my question?
You challenged me again.
Can we move on? Can you I'm not again?
My first principle is
I would like to be educated.
Okay, so see, we already have somebody else who wants to speak to us.
Yeah, I don't even really care about arguing, but I just want to hear some shit.
Okay,
let's go.
So I'll ask you the same question. I'll ask you the exact same question. I'll ask you exactly the same question I asked this person. Okay. So, in front of you, there's an intellectually challenged human being and an animal. Both of them have the same cognitive abilities. You see the animal, the animal has the same cognitive abilities as the human. So, if you're not interested in having a conversation with me, I asked you a question. Didn't I? Did you answer my question? Can we move on? Can you Is it okay? I'm first going to ask you, is it moral to oppress the human being?
No, I don't think so.
Is it moral to oppress the animal?
No, I don't think so either. Like on the topic of like animals, like I agree that like the whole way we go about like raising livestock for like food is kind of like unethical, right? Like I mean, we like you said, we wouldn't do this to like a human being. It's not like you would like feed a human being like just dog shit for like weeks at a time and then just eat him for his flesh, right? Like I think it's wrong, especially like when it comes to like mass like factory farming. Like that's just disgusting.
Okay,
right?
so
but like at least for me, I don't see how today, right, that like makes sense to like compete with like agriculture as like a whole, like in terms of like the economics of it, right? Because like even when like at least in the US, when like all those like lab grown meat guys had like subsidies, they were still like way more expensive, right?
So am I
like
to
I just feel
understand-
like government as a whole needs to like just regulate this shit.
Am I to understand that what you're saying is that because you said a couple of statements there, so we have to go one by one, right? So first of all,
Yeah.
You've acknowledged that all animals should also not be oppressed, correct?
Yeah.
Do you acknowledge that animal agriculture oppresses animals?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
factory farming is just wrong.
Okay, so with the risk of you may having to repeat the same arguments again, I'm going to ask you, why is it that you are contributing to oppression, knowing full well that you're against oppression?
Why am I contributing to oppression, knowing full well? Well, you see, I don't know. Maybe it's because I haven't done a lot of research on like what a non-meat diet is right now. All I know is like when my body, just my natural testosterone production stops, I'm not going to eat meat or as much meat. But like right now for me, I don't see the point in me stifling my caloric intake.
It's not about.
I'm selfish.
It's not about stifling your caloric intake. That's not what I ask you, right? You can get the same amount of calories from plant-based products. If you're concerned about your testosterone levels, don't be. There's no empirical evidence showing that.
I'm not saying that like eating vegan will like stifle my test. I'm just saying like naturally, right? Like when it gets like the age of 40, I don't see the point of me like eating meat or as much meat.
But
I'm not.
In you making this statement, you're essentially saying that consuming animal products will somehow raise your testosterone level, which it doesn't.
No, I don't think it does.
Okay, so then there's no correlation between consumption of animal products or plant products to testosterone level, correct?
I mean, I don't think so. I'm just saying that like I probably won't be as active when I'm like 40.
Doesn't matter. I'm very active, man. I go to the gym every day. I squat a lot. I deadlift a lot. Today I did squats. I didn't do deadlift. And today I squatted. It was my deload week, and I squatted 220 pounds. It's my deload week, and I squatted it for 8 reps for 4 sets. I consider myself pretty strong. So it doesn't really matter. You can be as active, as strong as you want on a plant-based diet. My point wasn't to brag here, but rather to explain that you can.
Yeah.
So, can I give you the source proving that meat increases testosterone? Where should I put that?
You can put it in the chat. So let's start on the premise. If you can find a way to thrive on a plant-based diet, like if we give you a resource that would help you thrive on a plant-based diet, what exactly would keep you from adopting a plant-based diet? Because you know it's oppressive. You're against oppression. Why not?
Why not? I mean, for one, I kind of like live in a shithole. So like, my options to like plant-based diets right now are like kind of extremely limited. Like if I lived a little closer up north, I'd probably have a lot better of a time going about that.
But my question wasn't that, right? Like, let me rephrase my question. Maybe you'll understand it better. What if we give you the resources that would help you in the situation that you're in to adopt a plant-based
like if I had the
diet?
resources,
yeah,
like no, I don't see any issue with it. Like I don't see a problem. Like if there's like no obstacles, like in my way, I don't see a reason.
I love it, man. That's what we want to see. That's people who are open-minded. Exactly. So I'm going to drop it right now in the chat. It's called Challenge 22. They hook you up with a nutritionist, send you recipes every day, and help you go plant-based according to your own requirements, your own area, and everything. So my next...
here's the deal.
Yeah, go on.
Like, why not eggs?
So
like, what's wrong with, like, because, like, chickens just, like, eat their own eggs, like, after, so, like, when they lay them sometimes, like, so, like...
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that are wrong with
would you
eggs.
take that from them?
Yeah, you can explain, Axel. You explain while I look at the study.
Yeah, why would you take the eggs from them if they're gonna eat them?
But why can't I eat them?
Because do you know why they eat them?
No, why? Like, I'm genuinely curious.
Okay, so the reason they eat them is because chickens are not they're not built to produce one egg a day. The red jungle fowl is the wild version of a chicken, and they only produce, like, if you were to average it out, it is once a month for the year, just like a normal period. They don't produce eggs like once a month, but what they do is they'll produce clutters of 10 to 15 times a year. So it averages out to once a month.
By the way, one interesting thing that was suggested by me. Do you know what veganism is, by the way?
Yeah.
Can you tell me, just so that we are sure on the same page?
No animal products. That's what I get. That's what I get from it.
I appreciate you saying that, by the way. I appreciate you trying. So veganism is that's a consequence of being vegan. Veganism literally just means rejecting animal exploitation or animal oppression, however you want to call it, as much as you possibly and practically can. So essentially it means that if you don't need to oppress an animal, why would you ever do it? It's a moral position.
Okay.
I'm assuming you agree with the moral position based on what we discussed so far.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah. So, but just to put into perspective what this means, I'll just take another injustice, right? And say let's say I make the claim that I respect women, right, morally, but then I go around slapping women's asses. Would that mean I respect women?
No, I don't think so.
There you go. So I can say one thing. Yeah,
exactly. That's wrong.
Yeah, so that's the whole point about it, right? Veganism is a moral principle where it means you respect animals to the point where you're not going to oppress them for something you don't need. But as a consequence of it, you have to be true to what you actually do not need.
But what if it's your woman, right? You're like dating somebody.
One second.
I was going to ask something.
Yeah, ask something.
I was going to ask something, Chip. Like, I mean, at least to me, like, I get the whole thing where it's like, I mean, we all contribute to this, like, one way or another, like, you know, by, like, consuming these products, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're all supporting, like, agriculture, like, in one way or another. But, like, would you say it's necessarily, like, fair to, like, I guess, like, put that, like, burden necessarily on, like, more or less, like, the consumer and not so much, like, I guess, like, you know, I would say, like, the government, because, like, I feel like the government does play, like, a huge, like, hand into this. Like,
sure,
I feel like this is, like, more of a problem that's, like, a lot more, like, existential than we, like, realize it is. Like, so why not just, like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, what if, like, if the government just got up one day and said, oh, we're, like, going to, like, ban, like, raising livestock for, like, their products, right?
Yeah. So let me ask you this. I'll ask you one question and then I'll explain. What would you rather happen? Would you rather be forced to not consume animal products, or would you rather choose to not consume animal products?
I mean, me personally,
yeah,
I would rather choose.
You would rather choose, exactly, right? So
I would rather choose.
Yeah, so I think you got the analogy why I said it here. But you know, like, let me just be clear. What I want to be clear on is I'm not placing the blame on you. I'm not placing the blame on the consumers. I don't think consumers are to blame for what's happening right now in animal agriculture. I think animal agriculture is this behemoth that we have let it run out of control. And indeed, government should start coming in. Government should have, hell, I should be paid by the government to do these kind of things. Yeah, but I think government should have campaigns where they educate people the fact that we don't need to consume animal products, the fact that it's bad for the whole society, the environment, all that stuff. I'm trying to, right now at this point in our time, it's less than 3% of people globally are vegan. So governments will not listen to 3% of the population. Governments will listen if there's a more significant percentage of population. So in order for us to ever reach the government, in order for us to make significant changes, we do need more people to go vegan.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't place the blame on you, just to be clear.
I kind of do see the method of like the madness, because like, I mean, if there are more people who like consume like vegan products, there's like more of a market for it. And if there's like more money, at least in that end, like there's more of like a need for the government to be like, oh, we should probably like take this like more seriously.
Exactly. And I feel like when I meet somebody like you who actually has an open mind towards the idea of not oppressing animals, I tell them the same thing, man. You have a bit more of a responsibility than other people. You have heard the conversations we've had here. You have heard how some people say slavery is okay. You have heard some of the things here. The people who can think and can ration and can make better choices, I think you have a bit more of an obligation to make a better choice, just for the sake of reaching that place where animals are no longer oppressed. And I also feel like at the end of the day, you got to ask yourself who you are as a person. Are you just going to participate in this oppression because everybody else does it, or because it's easy, or do you want to stop, right?
Yeah. I feel like I got my questions answered. I'm going to go take a look at that link. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, same. I appreciate you, man. Come back here whenever you want, okay?
Yeah.
I think there's this guy in the chat wants to have a question, a conversation with you.
Sure.
Ice Wolf, are you there?
By the way, if you guys want to chip in and have conversations, you're free to do. I don't have to be the only one having conversations here.
It's fine. You're doing great.
Plant, I got a question for you on the mic. So what are you saying? Are you saying that all of the vegan gains physique is impossible for anybody to achieve on PEDs?
Oh, is this person claiming that it's impossible to achieve a good physique without?
Yeah, he's saying that vegan gains is 100% on PEDs.
I don't even wanna. I don't even care about that. Even if vegan gains were on PEDs, it doesn't, like, PEDs don't magically make you grow muscle unless you consume on a proper diet next to them, right? Like, the growing of the muscle still requires a proper diet. If you have an improper diet and you take PEDs, it doesn't make you grow muscle because there's nowhere to grow muscle from. So even if you think that anybody took PEDs, it still doesn't disfirm the idea that you can build muscle on a plant-based diet. And plus, we have empirical evidence for that. Why would we ever say my opinion, your opinion?
Also, Plant claims he is a nutritionist also, Chip.
I'm also a certified nutritionist, man. So you want to have a conversation with me?
Alexandria is here.
Oh, hey, Alexandra. Nice to see you here. Okay, so I feel like everybody agrees with the fact that being vegan is the moral thing to do, correct? Everybody thinks that being... Yeah, go on, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you then. Oh, a blank now. Never mind, continue.
No, you had a question. I was just stating that being vegan is the moral thing. Go on.
Yes, I agree. However, does it not like damage the environment more when like because it's so expensive as well? I mean, I know it's two different things completely, but like, yeah.
So there's empirical evidence showing that it takes up to 6 to 8 times more land to grow 1 gram of animal protein versus 1 gram of plant protein. So it takes more land. There's more water usage. There's more eutrophication. I'll drop the thing in the chat, the study in the chat. But is that what's
Okay.
holding you back? Is it just the environmental concerns?
Not really. It's just that, and it's also just the economics of it because it's just so expensive. I mean, like, you try and what's it called? You try to do something like that, yeah, which I agree is good, but I feel like everyone shouldn't. Like, I'm not saying everyone is subjected to it or objected to it, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm saying that what's it called? Everyone should be open to it, but they shouldn't do it. But it depends on the situation because if so, like, oh, I've blanked again. Sorry, my medication's not working today.
Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it, man.
Slow down.
I can relate.
Yeah. So it's so at the end, I think if it's expense that you're worried about, we're not here to judge. Everybody has a different financial situation. That's why we provide people with resources. So if that's your concern, I mean, there's been studies that in Western Europe, in America, in Australia, Canada, all of the Western world, basically, it is cheaper to thrive on a plant-based diet. But if your concern is specifically how to do it, we have a resource that can help you with that, right? So if you get, let's put it this way, if you get the resources that you need to thrive on a plant-based diet, is there anything holding you back?
Well, not really. It's just saying, what's it called? If you can get that through a plant, right? Yeah, which is good. It's better. Then it's better than having meat. Yeah, but you still get do you still get more nutritional values from meat?
No, I would say you get the nutritional value that your body needs or that you need according to your own activity level and all that stuff, right?
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm not sure if I can compare it because I don't know what you eat right now. I'm not sure even if the comparison means anything. We would have to compare macronutrients, micronutrients, and all that stuff. But I think what I'm trying to say is that if you can find a way where you will be healthy, you will be at your best, based on the food that you're eating, of course, because there's several other factors that can influence whether you're feeling good or not. But if the food will basically maximize that possibility on a plant-based diet, then that's what we will provide you help with.
Yeah.
So Challenge 22, I put it in the chat. They help you thrive on a plant-based diet. They hook you up with a nutritionist, and they help you adopt a plant-based diet.
So, if I may, how would you respond to people who say, yes, moral argument, yes, you're right, but they're tasty?
So I usually just ask if does taste really justify oppression?
Well, not
So,
really, 'cause they're two completely
I
different
mean,
things.
so yeah, let me put it to you this way. And again, I'd like to apologize. I think we got off on the wrong foot here, and you're a very intelligent individual. I've enjoyed listening to you speak. I'd just like to not have it be badminton where we're both batting at each other's heads. But
sure, thank you for that. I appreciate you saying that.
Absolutely. So, for instance, there's been a large culinary tradition in my family for a very long time. Both my dad and my mom worked in food sales. My dad ran a kitchen at a very large hospital in Philadelphia for a long time. His parents taught me how to cook from about the age of 5. And then I went on later to work in 2 butcher shops. So, I mean, you could say that they're horrific abattoirs of House of Horrors, whatever, but I have some background in seeing, like how the sausage is made, literally how the sausage is made.
What were you doing? I'm sorry for interrupting you there. I'm sorry for interrupting you there. Just to be clear, were you working in like on the kill floor where they kill animals, or were you working?
Those are slaughterhouses. So there's
okay.
a differentiation.
Okay,
The butcher shops are in stores.
Yeah. I thought that's what you meant. Yeah, I just wanted to be clear. Okay.
No. By the time we received the meat, it was already, like cut in half and hanging on the hook. So I had to learn how to do all of that. So for me, I immediately associated all of this with food, and I learned like 1,000 different ways to prepare various kinds of meat, and duck and steak and all these things that I learned how to cook, to the point where if I were to take meat out of my repertoire, I would lose probably 60% of what I know, because I wouldn't be able to use all the stocks and gelatins and all, even just all the things that go in other recipes. And
Yeah, I understand that. It would suck for that to happen. I get that.
I'm not saying I can't cook vegan. I'm not saying it like it's not a limitation of skill or ability or existence, but
but like I understand your difficulty, but when it comes to an injustice, there's obviously going to be difficulty. The person who gets benefit from the injustice obviously is going to have difficulty when the injustice ends. But do you think that makes it so that we shouldn't end the injustice, or do you think that makes it so that I don't know, we should care more about the difficulty of the oppressor or the difficulty of the oppressed? And I'm not calling you an oppressor right now, but like in a situation where there's an injustice, there's obviously somebody who benefits from it and somebody who doesn't. And it's not incidental benefit, it's intentional benefit, because the person who's oppressing is,
right.
Yeah. So
let's talk about the. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was it. So what do you think in this situation, in the case of an injustice, who should we care about?
So let's talk about.
Could I just interrupt for 2 seconds? This is kind of off topic, but I guess the reason Plant doesn't want to talk to you, Chip, is because he already talked to you on the street.
Okay.
Yeah, it says on the chat. He apparently he's already talked to you on the street.
Oh. Okay. Is it? I think if I remember, the only nutritionist I talked to on the street was a girl, a woman. Are you that person, Elisabetta, if I'm not mistaken? If I remember correctly. There you go. The memory of a vegan person. I remember the name of somebody I had a conversation with a week ago, after having multiple conversations. But yeah, go on. Let's continue this conversation.
Yeah, sorry, eggs.
Months ago. Okay, then I don't remember.
Just the one egg. By the way, it's egg-based after like Bavarian cream. There's a long story, but egg-based desserts. So another thing I'd have to give up, and creme brulee is a personal favorite. So go ahead.
I just you have to give them up. Like, that's the thing about it, right? I didn't have to give up any animal products. I did it willingly. Nobody forced me to do it. I did it because because of the oppression behind them, right? So that's strictly it. It's about the oppression of the animals for those products. It's not that I didn't enjoy some of the products. I did. So
all right.
So it has to come down to the same thing question. Like, we can have this conversation as you want, but eventually it will boil down to the same thing. Do you think that the enjoyment, that your comfort with knowing the recipes, any of this justifies the oppression that animals go through?
I'm just trying to imagine closing down Abe and Louie's. And in my head, that smacks me as such a tragedy, because it's an institution that I have great respect for. There are people in there in white coats and yes, sir, and they bring out the tray. They have you select your.
Why can't all of that happen with the plant-based? Why does all of that have to happen with the oppression of animals? I'm not saying end traditions and businesses. I'm saying adapt. Like
what would you replace the steakhouse with?
A vegan steakhouse. There's vegan steak these days, and they're pretty freaking good.
Vegan steakhouse.
Yeah.
Egg-based, are you in America?
Yeah, of course I am.
Okay, look up Juicy Marbles.
Juicy Marble. Is that like a brand that makes steaks?
Yes.
Sorry, I was busy trying to do this while logging into Cambridge University Press. Yeah, Juicy Marbles.
They do spare ribs, they do loins, and they do steaks, and they're excellent.
So the argument would be that I eat imitation meat instead of actual meat.
No, so it's not. Listen, I'm throwing out suggestions there, but I don't really, and I don't mean to be disrespectful when I say this, but I don't really care what you are going to do in the end. It's what I care about is the animals that are oppressed, right? So I only care that you choose to no longer oppress animals. How you want to do that? There's several ways to do it, right? You could say, I want to make a restaurant where I only serve vegan or plant-based, just to be clear, plant-based steaks. You might make a lot of money from that, by the way. That would be one thing. You could, I don't know, you could change the theme of the restaurant, and you know what, on the back of the menu, even have a little story and explain why you changed it, because you know what, it's wrong. All these animals are sentient beings who deserve to live. It's wrong to exploit and slaughter them. You might raise an interesting concern for all the people's coming there. I think at the end of the day, if you're I'm not telling you to not do your business. I'm just telling you adapt your business to something that works for you and no longer exploits animals. Because I don't think the oppression that animals go through, I don't think that is justified for any type of money or business. That's my opinion.
Yeah, well, I don't work in the meat industry anymore. I think my real difficulty is just I would have to put it down. It's almost like I'm holding this thing in my hand, and you're telling me that holding it in my hand is wrong.
No,
and trying to encourage me to encourage me to put it down.
Holding it in your hand is not wrong. It's when you buy it that's wrong. You understand? Like the fact when you buy an animal product, the animal that was oppressed for that product is already been oppressed, right? There isn't any theoretical harm that you're creating going forward. But however, the supermarket or wherever you buy it from will replace that product with another product, and another animal will be oppressed because you made that choice. That's what makes it wrong.
So this might be depressing for you to hear, but I, again, worked in a butcher shop, and we would get the same amount of meat, sometimes more, but usually based on, for the week, we'd be like, oh, it's going to be a holiday. We would order the same amount of meat.
So why? Why would you order more on a holiday? Because there would be more demand.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so supply adjusts according to demand.
For the holiday, just like it does every single year.
Not just for the holiday. In any situation, supply adjusts according to demand. My parents had a local store. I remember that. It doesn't adjust immediately, of course, but it does adjust. And the whole point about it is not even only that. Is it making a difference? It is. There's been a calculation that you can save up to 100 animals per year by adopting a plant-based diet. But it's not about the numbers and this calculation. It's about who you want to be as an individual. Do you want to be the person who's forcing innocent animals into slaughterhouses, innocent, defenseless? Because I attach all of these quantifiers to them because that's their reality. We see in our head, we imagine them because we've given them this purpose that it's okay to do what we do to them. But the reality is they're individuals. Each one of them has a subjective experience of the world. Each one of them is defenseless. They cannot defend themselves against us. Each one of them puts their trust in the farmer. And each one of them has that trust violated by that farmer because we pay for it. And, Like how you feel about a dog. I'm assuming you would never kill and eat a dog. That's how we feel about all animals. It is not feeling.
Yeah,
That's
unless
just
it was like a nuclear apocalypse. Yeah, I would never kill anything.
Yeah, like nobody's saying that in a situation of survival, you might not do what you have to do to survive. In that situation, you might even kill a human being and eat them to survive. But what we're saying is that that situation should not translate to your day-to-day. If you have an option to not exploit an innocent animal, why would you ever choose to?
I've gotten at least one message to tune into Axel's stream. I have watched all of these films. I have a neighbor here who's a vegan. Yeah, people have like shown me these. Here's what a slaughterhouse looks like. Here's what a chicken farm looks like. I'm like, yeah. Yep, that's what a slaughterhouse and a chicken farm looks like.
Is it nice?
No, it's not.
So, do you really want to say it's not nice? And I'm partly the reason why it still continues.
Do you remember during the bird flu, they burned all those chicken barns?
It's still happening. What do you mean, man? H5N1 is still rampant today.
Right. Do you know what the cure to H5N1 is?
There's no cure. You mean like...
It's to light the entire barn on fire, yeah.
No. They use ventilation shutdown. That's what they use.
Okay.
Yeah, so ventilation shutdown is when they cut down ventilation, and because of the heating, yes, the birds overheat. But they don't burn the barns down. If they would burn the barns down, they would have to rebuild the barns, and it would be counterintuitive to the whole economical process.
Purdue did it to like 10 barns.
Listen, we like as it so happens, there's a YouTube channel called Skyjack Morgan, and he's part of another YouTube channel called Our Honor, and they literally do investigations into these farms. And from time to time, they even do it live, and you can see what they do. And they maybe even some of them, yes, indeed, burn the chickens, but they don't burn the barn. They take all of the individuals and burn them, or they, do ventilation shutdown, which is the easiest for them.
They burn them in the barns.
But how does that relate to any of it? By the way, the only reason why that's horrible, or the only reason why that is happening, is because we are doing animal agriculture. Because wild birds who will have influenza.
Because you asked me if it was nice, and I said no, it's not. In fact, they're burning entire barns full of chickens. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's how they see them, as objects. Do you really want to be supporting that?
I mean, it's a problem because it's I eat this stuff. You
don't have to.
Like eating this stuff. I crave eating these things.
It's not stuff. These are individuals. These are someone's you're consuming, or what comes out of them. It's not things or stuff or whatever you want to call it. These are other individuals. I just want to clarify that.
By the time I receive it, it's stuff. The tragedy that it's been made into stuff exists.
Yeah, but you understood the fact
that by the time I receive like chicken salad, like it's no longer an individual.
Would you make the same case if it was human flesh?
I mean, are we operating under the presumption that human flesh is a regular part of my diet that I love consuming?
Well, no. Would you just make it the case? Like, let's say people started like advocating for human flesh because it tastes good. It tastes good. Would you advocate? Would you like? Let's say they just started sending it your way without your permission and stuff like that. Would you assume that it was this, just an object?
I mean, your question is like total shock value. Soylent Green is people.
No. It's It's a moral consistency question.
No, it's not.
No, it is.
So the only reason why he asked this question is because I don't even know where we're going with this, by the way, because you've already said it's horrible, and you just seem to have this emotional attachment to the products. But you can get similar products from plant-based sources, and if not, you can get different products. You can, like, if I ask you what exactly did you enjoy as a child, are they the same things that you're enjoying right now as food?
Similar.
Similar, but not the same, right? So you could food.
No, I
taste-
mean the steak came in smaller pieces, but I still ate hamburgers and whatever
and
else.
you can
and
still
as a
do
kid-
all that, and you can still do all that. And it's just instead of taking the ones that exploit and slaughter an innocent sentient being, you take one that doesn't do that. And the taste is so similar that you might feel it at first for a week or two, but then it becomes then normal, and you no longer see that difference. And then I mean, imagine how fucked up it is that it would be okay to take the whole life of a being for 10 minutes of food that you forget about in a couple of weeks.
I mean, what do you want from me? Like,
I want you to stop oppressing animals.
Don't you forget about food eventually?
I'm not. I want you to stop oppressing animals. I'm pretty clear about it, okay? Forget about food, remember food, do what you want with that. Eat burgers, eat salad, eat healthy, eat unhealthy, eat fast food, eat slow food. I don't really care. Just stop oppressing animals in this process. That's it. And this doesn't just go for food, by the way. It goes for clothing, for entertainment, for every other situation. If you have this option to not oppress an animal, please stop making the option to stop choosing to oppress the animal. You wouldn't like it if anybody made that choice if you were in a position where somebody wanted to oppress you.
Sorry, I'm looking at
Yeah, that's okay. Let's move on because I don't think
I'm looking at juicy marbles. I'm sorry. We're talking about replacing steak, and I'm now fascinated with whether or not it can be done. The conclusion across everything that I'm reading is no.
The conclusion that
as a
you
matter of
cannot
fact,
what? That you cannot.
Alex Krantz, who's one of my more favorite steak critics, said it breaks apart so much and tastes like just the cheapest and shittiest beef.
So it tastes like the cheapest and shittiest beef. How does that taste difference morally justify forcing an animal into a slaughterhouse?
Well, I don't know. If I'm going to eat a $10 filet mignon at home, I at least want it to not taste like shit.
So
I have a question to you. I don't see your name right now, but I have a question. Do you want to stop exploiting animals, or do you give a fuck at all? I'm really interested because it sounds like you really don't.
Yep.
No, I do. It's just you have to understand this is, and I'm not trying to make excuses here.
You are.
At the same time, I kind of am. This I think is drilled a little bit.
At least you recognize that. That's something.
No,
yeah.
Sure. I mean, I think the idea that there's something that like literally dies and like bleeds.
Someone, not something, but yeah.
Yes, understood.
Someone is not. Oh, by the way, it's not just dying. They are stabbed to death, gassed to death, electrocuted to death, hung up upside down, getting their throat slit. Before that, we take their children away. We forcefully impregnate them. There's so much that we do to these animals. It's not just like dying. We all will die at some point. But getting freaking murdered for something trivial is a little bit different, right?
It's a perpetual concentration camp that we fund by eating its product.
Yeah, I'm very happy to hear you acknowledge that, and so I was really wondering, like, let me ask you some questions that I always ask people because I want to see where your position is. Okay, these are just yes and no questions. Do you think you're able to reply to them?
Yeah.
Yeah, very good. That was the first question. No, just kidding. Okay, let's go. So, do you think that we should respect other animals?
Yeah.
Okay, can we respect someone when we oppress and exploit them and use them as a commodity, as a resource?
Of course not.
Okay, good. Would you like to switch positions with any of these animals?
No.
Okay, so you understand that this is a big injustice, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Okay,
like.
and now the last question.
It's
Okay,
like
very good. Very good.
torturous murder.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear all these answers because until at this point we completely agree. And you have, when your answers are honest right now, you have vegan values by that. But now the question becomes more real, okay? So how many more individual animals should be oppressed and exploited for you specifically? What do you wish for? What would be the best number ever? If you can make a wish.
God, I don't know. And here's how far the brain programming goes. I thought about it in terms of meals.
That's not the question. Just imagine individual animals. A
I
little calf,
I
a
know,
little
but
chicken, a fish,
that was my
a
brain
lamb.
processing there.
Detach
Yeah,
Just the
yourself a
fact that I
little.
thought about it in number of dinners.
Yeah,
You know
so
what I mean? Like,
detach yourself a little bit from the benefit that you get from it and ask yourself this question. How many more animals?
I mean, if I picture the animal itself, then I don't want any of them to suffer.
And that's very, very glad. Like, I'm very glad to hear that. And now let me tell you a little story about myself, okay? Because when I saw all the footage and I decided to go vegan overnight because I couldn't stand this. I really thought, man, this is an injustice. This is bad. This is a concentration camp. As you said, I agreed. You know, I had the same thoughts about it. But then at the same time, I had the thought, oh man, I really have to give up my favorite dishes. I really have to give up my favorite food, blah, blah, blah. The next day, I was looking at the rest of feta cheese I had in my fridge and the rest of honey I had in my in the kitchen, you know, and I was like, damn. Back then, there were no alternatives. There were literally no vegan alternatives years back then when I went vegan that could have replaced feta cheese or honey in any way possible. It just wasn't on the market yet. And so I was confronted with the option to continue to buy these products because I really like them. Or I just stop and I just stop fucking whining because I'm not the victim here. And so I decided to stop fucking whining because I wasn't the victim. I stopped buying these products. And yeah, I was living without feta cheese and honey for like 2.5 years. And then on the market, all of the sudden, these products turned out in a vegan version. Yeah, of course, in the beginning, they weren't as perfect. I didn't give a fuck. I still was consuming them. I was happy that they even tried, you know. And after years and years, they turned out to get better and better and better because more people turned vegan, more people created a demand for these products, and people now just started to develop vegan alternative food options, you know, from the things that we used to know. So rather than just like clinging to these things, you really gotta look into yourself and ask yourself, is it really like, are these my values that I'm living right now? Because when you say, on the one hand, as you just said to my questions, that you want to respect animals, that we cannot respect them when we oppress and exploit them and use them as a commodity by eating their flesh, by wearing their skin whatsoever. And when you say that no animal should be exploited for you from now on, if these are your values, then how can you see yourself as a victim continuing to eat this food and whine about it? Like when you clearly know that you're not the victim here, you are the one in power and you can stop oppressing animals right now. And I think it's the best and the most powerful thing ever to acknowledge the power you have. So why not stop right now when you have all of this knowledge? Like from this moment on, you're so responsible. I cannot put it in words.
You mean accountable, right? It's like.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
like
German is my first language, so sometimes I mess up words. Yeah.
German is becoming my second language.
Ja, herzlichen Glückwunsch. Congratulations.
Dankeschön.
Sehr gut.
Vielen Dank. Meine A2.
Let's keep it to English,
exam,
please.
My A2 test is in 2 weeks.
Oh, well, good luck on that then, I guess. Yeah. If you eat a lot of plant-based food before that, I'm sure you'd have a great result. It gives you a lot of energy, so. But yeah, you get my point or
honey.
not?
Hold on. So you mentioned honey.
Yeah.
I've heard that that's a subject of some contention among vegans.
Well, first of all, the ethical issue with honey is that we still see those animals, even though they're smaller than the animals that we usually exploit and see and talk about, like pigs and fish and cow and chicken and so on. We see these animals as resources when we consume honey. We see them as our honey-producing resource. We still breed them into existence, and we use them as a commodity still. And there's a wonderful documentary out there. It's called More Than Honey. And if you want to know more about why honey is a bad thing to consume in many different ways, feel free to watch that. There's also a good video from Ed Winters out there that explains very well why honey is a bad thing or why it is not holding up with a vegan position. And it really doesn't matter how big or small or intelligent or able an animal is. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for posting it in the chat. It really doesn't matter. What we have to think about is if this animal is having own interests, and all of these animals have own interests, just as you have an interest. You have an interest in continuing to live, for example. You have an interest in not living through suffering whatsoever. You have an interest in having more like a good outcome at the end of the day of whatever you experience than a negative outcome. And so all these other animals have that too. No animal is here on this earth and prefers to be sick and suffering and to be murdered instead of not having all that done, And so
Yes.
we have to consider the interests of others too. And in the moment where you say, well, I know all about that, but I will still continue to consume products from animal exploitation, you only regard your own interests, which are taste,
Well,
convenience, tradition, or habit.
I disagree. So
How?
One, I'd like to point out that bees produce far more honey than they ever need for the overwinter. Now, I'm not saying that
Yeah,
allows us to take it from them.
misconception.
Hold on.
Just
I'm not saying that allows us to take it from them.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that allows
Like
us to take it from them.
that's your perception. That's
So
we
I
have
mean,
reserves.
it's
We have reserves too. So does that mean that we can just, be robbed of our, like, if I have like storage, does that mean somebody can rob my storage from my pantry?
Okay. So the housing of bees allows us to deliberately make
Allows
lots
us
more
to,
bees.
or allows them to?
Yeah,
Allows us to, in this case, foster the housing and multiplication of lots of bees.
But do you
which
know
is
how
very
they do
important.
that? Do you know how they do that? Do you know that they cut the wings of the queen bee and that they forcefully inseminate them?
You can't. I mean, that's one method that's done on industrial scales. Yeah.
No, that's pretty much
Oh,
what it's
that's
done.
how
Like,
all
people-
beekeepers do. You
people
have
who-
to cut the queens off the. You have to cut the wings off the queen.
Yeah. And
You
I'm
have
just
to,
and
or else
like
the queen will migrate.
and
Yes,
just to
let me.
I'm sorry, just to
let
be
me just clarify.
Okay.
We're just sorry, Chip. We're just talking about honey bees, so not about the wild bees and whatever, and that we need bees for survival. That's the whole nother topic. Okay, I just want to clarify that this is about the honey bees that we exploit for honey specifically, and for everyone who's not knowing about what is really going on. Just please, I urge you to watch the documentary More Than Honey. It will really shine a light on this issue, and it was really, really educational. So yeah.
But either way, like,
But
let's
there-
not strawman the argument. Let's not strawman the argument. Honey
Yeah.
is one thing. We can go into it, into details, whatever. But you are not only consuming honey. You are consuming several other animal products. And we've had a pretty long conversation with you. And I really want to reach a conclusion because both me and Alexandra have asked you the right questions. We have tested your values. And according to your own values, you should be vegan. But yet you don't want to do that. So I want to understand for one last time what exactly is the moral justification behind you wanting to continue oppressing animals.
Well, I don't want to continue oppressing animals. It's just also that I don't want to stop doing the thing which would stop me from oppressing animals. You see what I mean? It's not that I believe the not
So which
stopping
one is more
moral.
important?
Well, exactly.
Yeah,
Right?
which one is more
Your-
important? Your taste,
So
pleasure,
back to the
your
interesting-
convenience, your enjoyment, or the oppression that animals go through?
I mean, I would say to you, oh, it's the oppression that animals go through, but I can't put myself in that. I need to work on that. Okay? Like, I know that I'm supposed to feel that way.
Maybe
that I'm
watch a
supposed to feel
documentary.
would be suffering.
Maybe
I've seen all of them. I've seen all the bleeding heart documentaries of all the terrible animals being dragged across the bloody floors. And I've seen these things. When I was in Vancouver, they were handing out $2 bills to anyone who was willing to watch the entire vegan documentary.
yeah. So I'm sorry for
And
interrupting
that's
you
why
there.
we need laws for people like you. That's why we need laws, because actually a society would work so well. We could all live in perfect anarchy if people would be able to reason and to act reasonable on their own. But there's still people like you who know what is wrong, who know about all of that, who are intelligent enough to talk about it and to reflect on it, but yet still they put their own trivial interests above the entire existence of others that they oppress and exploit. And
Before
that's
you
why
go
we
saying
need
that
laws. That's why we need
Before you go
laws.
saying that you rightfully need to litigate against me, what I've just told you is that because I've been doing this for such a long time, and because I've been so programmed to it, and possess presently so much of it, and rely on it so thoroughly in my diet, I think there needs to be like a lot of planning and mental work in order for me to be like, yeah, woohoo, I'm on the bus.
Wait a minute. We give you
Okay,
resources
hold on.
that will help.
Hold on, can I?
Yeah.
Can I say something, Chip, real quick? So, do you know what an activist job is? Egg base.
What?
Do you know what an activist job is?
What an activist's job is?
Yeah, what we are. We're
Like,
animal
what we're-
rights
we're-
activists. What do you think we're trying
Do you
to
know
do
what our
here?
job is?
You're trying to get me to make a commitment to the same cause
Nope.
that you're advocating for.
Okay. Nope. I'm going to start you there. So what we're trying to do is we are trying to align your actions with your morals. You yourself have the morals that all of what's happening is wrong, but you are not aligning your actions with those said morals.
Mhm.
So we are trying to simply help you align your actions with your morals. If you
Yeah, well, I almost brought it up earlier, but I'm not even gonna fucking bother anymore. But yeah, sure. I mean, like, yes, I'll stop eating animal products.
So
Woohoo.
how? Let me add this question.
GG,
How
egg-based.
how can we help you to live according to your own values from now on? Is there any way that we can help you? Because now we've discussed a lot, and I think we all know now both sides of the discussion. And if it's really a hard thing for you to do, then of course we wanna help you with that. If you really want to find solutions rather than excuses. So is there any way that we can help you?
No, I mean, it's not a problem that is beyond my ability to solve.
Yeah, so I would say
hold on.
consult Challenge 22. It's there. Let's not go into more details. We've already reached a lot of points, in my opinion. If you really want to say something, Axel, go ahead. But
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, dude, like I know what it's like to not see the individual or perceive the individual. And I know that's really the hardest part is perceiving that individual. You know, like you're so stuck on seeing them as a number or an item or, you know, a piece of thing that you put on your plate.
An ingredient.
Yeah,
That's the key.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
they-
even that
they
it's
are-
not even that it's the thing in itself.
maybe
That
go to a
not only is
sanctuary.
it the-
Maybe go to a
not
sanctuary.
only
Visit
is
a
it the-
sanctuary. Man, visit a sanctuary. You might connect with the animals a little bit, and you might form some form of bond with them. Because you do say you have a bond with dogs. So just go to a
I didn't
visit.
say I have a bond with dogs.
Well, you said you wouldn't do
You
this to
said I have a
dogs.
bond with dogs.
You said you wouldn't do
And
this
then
to
said
dogs.
that I wouldn't eat a dog, and I was like, yeah, I wouldn't eat a dog. It doesn't mean I have a bond with dogs.
Okay.
So
fair
anyway,
enough.
man, you can friend request me, and like if you ever want to talk about it, I'm not saying you have to talk to me about it or anything like that, but if you ever do, I'll be here. I am also from the States, so I'll be able to, you know, provide insight. I was from Utah, so you know, like I grew up in Cowboyville. I don't know where you're from.
I'm from Boston.
So
I'm 2 train stops down from Harvard.
okay, sweet. So
I won't tell you
know,
which direction, just for.
No. You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
But you know, I get it. You know, I get the United States how they are so ingrained with this culture of exploitation and slavery. But if you ever do want to talk to somebody about it who is, I grew up in like Mormon state, you know, where we're taught that they are here for us. And it took me a minute to get out of it, but I had no help. So if you ever want help, I'm always here. And if you want to
Yeah,
give
so
me a
I mean,
friend
I'm a
request,
practicing Catholic, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's
yeah,
I give
yeah.
unto ye the beasts of the field and the fowls of the air.
Yeah.
It's like it's
So
right in there. So that
yeah,
one's
yeah.
tough as well, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So if you ever want to, talk, I'll send you a friend request, and I'll be able to help you with anything that you need, man.
So what's the response to that while I'm here?
What do you
Because
mean?
I'm sure you guys get them all the time, right?
Oh, that animals are here for us?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So why are they here for us? Did
eat.
God create the domesticated animal? Or did we create the domesticated animal through breeding and hunting and enslavement?
So the argument is that by domesticating them, we made them something detached from what God designated to us?
Well, you could say that, or you could just say that they're really not, like, with that misconstrued, like, it's misconstrued what he meant by what they're here for us.
But I hate to be this. We have had a long conversation. Let's
Yeah.
see if maybe there's somebody else who has questions and wants to have a conversation with us. And if there isn't anybody, we can continue. But like otherwise, does anybody else have questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question, please.
Sure, go on.
You say 3% of the population is like vegan. That's right.
Somewhere around that, yeah.
What about the past, like 5 year or 10 year or 20 year? How much it was the percentage?
No clue. Why would that matter?
I just want to know because they're any improve or not. That's my point.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that it stayed at this percentage for a long time because population has also grown meanwhile. So even if the number of vegans has grown worldwide, population has also grown.
Okay. Thank you for the information.
Are you vegan?
No.
Why not?
Because there are a lot of stuff. There are a lot of reason. But I totally agree with a lot of things that you say, guys. But in general, like, for me, I like to be step by step. Like, example, like in the restaurant, if the government like make the restaurant that will like left over some food, especially meat, he will be like pay some fee, like $1, $2, whatever, and that amount of money will go to the vegan direct or something like that to improve veganism or stuff like that. I think that's if
To improve
better
what?
than nothing, like distillery for vegan or whatever, something help vegan. Vegan. I don't know. My English is not that perfect, but yeah, for vegan people, something to improve it.
So do you think? It's unclear to me, so I'll ask you this: do you think, if you have the option between oppressing an animal for something you do not, well, let's just put it this way: if you have the option between oppressing an animal or not for food, which one would be the moral choice to make?
Not improve. I hear your conversation with all the people.
Yeah,
but I totally agree. Like I told you, but like I
you
told you, it's
agree?
better to start step by step because you cannot change everyone like that. Like I told you, if that's happen with the fee, like if someone left over some food and how they slaughter the animal, like there's some rules. If they change it slowly, one by one, they were you guys, you will reach something better. You know.
How does that
Better
relate
than
to what you're doing right now? Because according to your values, you say if you're faced with the option between oppressing an animal or not, you would say that the moral choice is for you to not oppress an animal. Does that mean that when you consume an animal product, it is immoral?
No, but later on, like everything will
No,
change.
no,
Like
right
there are a
now,
lot of
you.
things will change.
I'm
Like
not, I'm
you
not
cannot
interested
change
in,
everything immediately.
I don't want to discuss how to get to a vegan world. We can get to that if we want afterwards. But I'm interested in right now, you saying, is it moral for you to consume an animal product?
No, no.
No, so it is immoral for you to consume an animal product. So then, why do you want to continue doing that, you yourself?
Like I told you, there are a lot of things like will boil because if the people they stop eating animal product and all of that, the cost will be much expensive and for like the vegan stuff like vegetable stuff will be more expensive and all of that. It will be big changing. You cannot
So
like okay.
if you stop consuming animal products, the whole world will change and it will become more expensive. Is that what you're saying?
Like that's one of the stuff. Like there are a lot of things that will change, but yeah, in general,
If only you adopt a plant-based diet, if you go vegan today, the whole world will change.
no.
No.
But
Okay. So
everyone if say the same thing, only you, it will be all the world. The
okay,
same thing.
but I cannot talk to the whole world to try
Yeah,
and convince them. So I can only talk to you. So you are the person right now who is continuously going forward, wants to choose to oppress an animal, and yet you say that it is wrong to do so. So what exactly is your motivation behind choosing to oppress an animal going forward?
Like I told you, I do that. I try my best. Like I didn't eat meat like before. I add a lot of vegetable for all my food. Before I didn't eat any vegetable. Like seriously, and I start changing a little bit one by one. But like I told you, in general, like.
But why do you have to
If you
change them one
conversate,
by
know
one?
the people.
Wait a minute. If you become allergic to animal products today, would you still change them one by one?
But I am not allergic. That's
But no, I'm
different.
just, it's just a scenario. It's just a scenario. It's just a
Okay,
hypothetical.
scenario. I will tell you a scenario also. Like I get sick if I eat some fat food. Okay, like oily food. Okay,
No, I
like
said
I don't
if
know what
you're
to say.
allergic to animal products, will you
No,
stop
actually,
eating
I
animal
get sick,
products tomorrow?
and still I eat the oily food. When I get sick, really sick, I go to the hospital. Okay, the same thing. Like
So if you're allergic from consuming animal products, you would continue consuming animal products.
it will kill me. You give like seriously like.
Yes, it would kill you. Let's say it's a
Okay,
serious
then I will
allergy.
not. No, for sure, I will not.
Okay, so
You want
Yeah,
that answer.
very, very
Yeah,
sharp.
that's what I mean. You want
Just
that
hold on.
answer. You need
Thank
that
you
answer.
guys so much. It's been such a pleasure,
same.
everybody.
Come
I
back
am going
here.
to take off. I will return.
Sure.
Sometime.
We welcome
Right?
you.
Thanks,
No,
guys.
dude.
So okay, so the reason why I posed this allergy, the reason why I posed this allergy question is because that it seems that if you had to stop, you can stop. So then, is it that you don't want to stop, or what exactly is stopping you? Because we've established if you have to stop, because if you don't stop, you die, you would stop. So if you're obliged to stop, you can't stop. But if you right now you say you want to stop, but you won't stop. So what exactly is keeping you?
That I will not die. But whatever. Yeah, I totally agree with a lot of things you say is right, and some of them okay. But I think also if you try, guys, like the only that point that I wanna reach is like you can also start step by step. If you change it, like
No.
not everyone
No.
same that girl that she say okay after I saw the video she changed immediately 100%. Some
No.
people the same thing cigarette. Some people they
No.
change
Wait a
every
minute.
day.
Wait a minute. No. We've established pretty clearly that you can change. If your life was on the line, you could change like this instantly. But since it's not your life on the line, you seem to think that you have to take steps. Why is that?
Because my life is not on the line.
So then why, so yet again, you can change immediately. You can do it, but you don't want to do it immediately. So you want to oppress some animals, correct?
No.
So then why not change immediately?
Because if it change, there are a lot of things it will change also.
And that would happen in any situation where you would have to change. And you said you would be able to do that.
If it's me only.
But I'm talking about you, yes. We're
Like,
talking
yeah,
about you,
but
not
the problem
everybody.
is, like I told you, it will be like affect one person, in the end it will be like million person. If you do it like that, but
Okay,
okay, in general,
so
that's
how
what I mean.
many? So Alexandra asks a very important question, and I'm going to ask you the same thing. How many more animals should be oppressed for you going forward?
None.
None. That would mean you have to go vegan from now. Otherwise, it would be against your values.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not
I
trying.
I told you I totally agree, but also some people, if you want to reach, it's like cigarette. I talked to a lot of people. Smoke cigarette is not good. Blah, blah, blah. Some of them they cut it in the same time. Some of they cut it like slowly. Some of them they couldn't. But it's at least you guys how you talk is like do it immediately, and that's yeah. For some people, yeah, if they can't do it, yeah, go for it. But don't like
Yeah,
try.
so
You know.
it's not
Also,
like cigarettes.
it's not
It's
by.
not like
It's,
cigarettes. It's not. It's
I
not.
know,
It
I
it
know,
really
I
isn't.
know.
When you say it's like cigarettes, it's like
Yeah,
saying
like that.
it's only about people changing. It's not. I couldn't give again, as I said so far, if somebody wants to be unhealthy on a plant-based diet, I don't mean to control what they eat, what they do, what they buy. It's strictly about the animals and the animal victims. So if there were an injustice in the world, any other form of injustice, and I would be speaking up for that injustice in this moment, then I would tell you the exactly same thing. You don't take steps to not participate in that injustice anymore. You stop from participating in that injustice.
What about injustice? Like if you reach that point, if you do it also step by step, and the number of the like you say 3% and become like 4 or 10%, is not better?
I don't listen. If you want to discuss how to do activism, we can do that, but you would have to go vegan first and do some form of activism first, because we have been discussing this, which form of activism is best for a long time, but it's from time to time again. It has been shown to me, especially because I had a similar opinion to you, that the best form of activism is being true to the values that you are upholding. So if you are upholding that it is wrong to exploit and slaughter innocent animals, then that is what you need to say to people and want people to stop doing. It's not, sure, take your time. No, it's fine. Kill a couple of cows in the process. No, it's about you need to stop because it's an injustice that you shouldn't be part of.
No, it's correct. I said do both way. I didn't say you try to like focus in one way. You try to do it more ways. Do your ways and also do the step ways. That's what I mean. It's correct when you do it. Always do it, that you say is correct, but also the steps ways. Some people they cannot do the immediately way. They can do it step by step. That's what I mean. I didn't like told you to change or incorrect. You are correct. Okay, for some people, and for the other people, also step by step is better than nothing. Even and if I let someone eat less meat, that win. You know what I mean? That's what I mean.
Sure. Oppressing a couple of animals instead of more animals is less worse, but it is still bad. So I will
better than nothing.
It's less worse, sure.
Okay, that's what I mean. Yeah, and until you reach the point that you want to reach, doesn't matter. Like there are many ways to reach your way. That's what I mean. Many idea, many that, and one of the idea, like I told you, if the restaurant they try to like that example from my mind, just I think about it. Like if they make a fee about who lift the meat in the table, they have to like pay some fee for that because it's animal product and stuff like that. It's not like vegetable. If it's vegetable, doesn't matter. Like that, it will like make people eat less or they think before they eat, stuff like that.
Sure.
And that's great idea and stuff like that.
Sure.
That
I
example.
agree with you. There should be more measures in place. But yeah, when we speak to people, we advocate for abolition, not reducitarians. That's what we're trying to do. But I appreciate your feedback.
No worries. Yeah.
Do you have any more questions about being vegan?
No, thank you for the answer. No,
okay.
thank you.
Oh, sure. So let's move on to the next person then. Does anybody else have more questions?
Come on, out of 24 people, no one got anything to say?
Yeah, I'll say something.
Sure.
Go for it. It's please don't see this as a challenge, because it's not a challenge, Chip, at all. Just thinking of this, if you see the moral obligation, you should stop right here and now. Excuse me, my voice is a bit duff today. If you see it, you should stop right here and now. I get that, and I understand it, and it's practically what I did. But we keep pushing things like Challenge 22, and if you go to Challenge 22, you don't join up on the first day of your 22 days and then say, right, you stop now, and that's it. You go through a period of learning more intimately what it's all about, and during that period, you are not vegan. At the end of it, you might not be vegan, but those who do come out vegan don't get told on their first day, this is it, you be vegan, stop. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. It's pretty clear. Like, I understand what you're saying. I don't want to be pedantic about all of it. I think the whole point of it that I'm trying to say is that the discussion was whether to endorse people to reduce or to endorse people to abolish, to abolitionist, whether to stop, right? So this person was saying maybe we would get more people to have we would have an overall better result if we tell people to reduce. And what I'm saying is that I think we have a better result of telling people to stop. Whether people choose to do so or not is a different scenario, right? Like whether people actually stop, whether people actually follow through with Challenge 22. But I think the message is stronger and the message is better if we choose to tell people to stop rather than reduce.
Yeah, and to be fair, I 100% agree with you. I do agree with you, but I just think that point of saying you see what it is to be abusing animals, you are clear in your head that that's morally wrong. This millisecond, you change your whole life to change your accountability, to bring yourself in alignment, your actions in alignment with your morality is massive. It's absolutely massive. And I just think if you do see that, it's only massive because you are seeing it as massive. If you make the decision, it's like stopping smoking. I smoked for many, many years, and the only way I could stop smoking is by making the decision. I had all sorts of excuses why I would keep going. I had to, in the end, decide on the spot at a certain point in time, I am not going to smoke anymore. And it was only that black and white decision that stopped me smoking. For me, it's the same with animal rights and with veganism. If you know it's wrong and you know properly that it's wrong, then you just stop. You don't keep going and wind down. But all I'm trying to say is it's not everybody that can do that. It's not everybody that can do that. And Challenge 22 is a good example of helping people who cannot do that to slowly and gradually and come to the realization that they should never have been doing it. And I think if we're supporting that, then we should support it and not just say, here and now, if you know it's wrong, stop it. If you can, sure, but you might be someone who needs to go to Challenge 22 and needs to go through a process. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you. And by the way, we can continue having this conversation, but like normally on this channel, we talk to non-vegans. So if there's anybody who has questions right now who's not vegan, who is questioning whether should they be vegan, why should they be vegan, why should they respect animals, speak now.
Hello again, like that guy. Hello everyone.
Hello, why?
Hello, man. I know there's no hard feelings with stuff like that, but I'm just gonna speak about things like is eggs and milk permissible? Like allowed eggs and milk when you're being a vegan?
So we can go through milk for a second, and then we can go through eggs if you want also. We'll give you a resource for that, but let's just quickly go through milk. So why do you think cows produce milk in the first place?
I don't know actually. But I think for feed their kids, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah, very well said. Yeah, exactly. That's true. It's to feed their kids. So do you think that they get pregnant when they want to, or do you think farmers decide for them?
Could do both, but if you're talking about a farmer, and no, in the wildlife, they decide, the farmer decide where they want to get him pregnant.
Yeah, so farmers decide, exactly. So what if we did that in a human context, how would we call that? If somebody decided for somebody else's body to get them pregnant or not?
That's awful.
That's awful. Okay. When the babies are born, what do you think happens to the babies?
Breastfed, maybe. Breastfed and...
That's exactly what is not happening. So the first thing that happens is that they separate them from their mother because they would otherwise, as you said, they would breastfeed, they would drink some of the milk. And, you know, the milk has to go for human consumption, or they have to sell it. It's a business to them. So, yeah, the first thing they do is they separate them from their mothers. If the baby is born male, they don't produce...
guys.
Hi, wait 1 second. If the baby is born male, they don't produce milk. What do you think happens to them?
Doesn't produce milk. There will be like meat. It doesn't produce something productive. It begin older. Like I think it's going to be a men's meat, nothing more than that. If he's going to do something productive than milk.
Yeah, so they kill them. They kill if the baby is born male, they kill them, right? That's what you're saying.
Subami, you're here. Hello, Subami. Assalamu alaikum.
1 second, we were having a conversation, and then you can.
Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
So if they're born male, they kill.
Or they can perceive the males until they can be honest enough to impregnate like the others female cows.
Yeah, but they only need one, you know, because that's what they do. They jerk off one bull, and then they use that sperm all across all the females. So they don't really need it. So if there's more males, obviously they're gonna kill them, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, and if they're born female, you know, they will suffer the same fate as their mothers. They will be forcefully impregnated. They will have their babies taken from them and exploited for milk. Repeatedly. Every year, this will happen to them repeatedly. And at some point...
Every day, maybe.
Well, every day they get exploited for milk, but every year they get forcefully impregnated and have their babies taken from them. And at some point, all of this stops with them being killed. Do you know why that stops, or do you know when the farmers stop impregnating cows?
Until they are infant, they cannot impregnate more or produce milk. They will go to be killed or slaughtered to the slaughterhouse and become minced meat.
Exactly. So do you know at what age that happens?
The last thing, I'm sorry, please.
Yeah, you said 8. 8 is pretty good. Yeah, 8. 8 is around 6 to 8, so that means that they get impregnated 6 to 8 times throughout their life. And they kill them when they can no longer get them pregnant, around 6 to 8 years old. And can you please mute yourself for a second, Kesal? Kesal, can you please mute yourself? Kesal, can you please mute yourself? Okay, I'm gonna mute them. Okay, so every year they forcefully inseminate them until they kill them, and they kill them at a fraction of their lifespan, 8 years old, as you just established, and they can live up to 24 years. So that's a third of their lifespan. Is that clear why we don't drink milk or support anything from the dairy industry?
Like you boycott this industrial or more rapid, barbaric way against the animals, as you said.
Yeah, so this isn't about it being industrial. I'm from Romania. I've seen this done in my grandmother's backyard. It happens in subsistence agriculture. It happens even to when the human beings have only one animal. In fact, it is way more prevalent in smaller farms than it is in bigger farms, because on smaller farms, they need to only keep one cow, so they will separate the baby and sell the baby, and yeah, they will do all the rest as they normally do.
Guys, can I say something from my side?
Sure.
Can I say something? Thank you very much. First of all, assalamu alaikum to all the Muslims who are here, and also to the non-Muslims. Secondly, thank you very much, Bachi. The thing is, when it comes to veganism, I do agree with you. Mr. Wait, what is your name?
Chip.
Mr. Chip, yeah. Mr. Chip, I do agree with you that your arguments are indeed good. The thing is just the problem with me is I sometimes in the week I also eat vegetarian and also sometimes vegan, you know, I choose it too if I have opportunity to do so. The only issue is, Fachi, I live with my parents, so of course I cannot force people's opinions to change how they should eat. You know what I mean? You know, because I live with my parents.
So I'm going to ask you a
also with my
question.
fa-
So I'm going to ask you a question. If your parents are eating dogs, would you consume dogs?
Well, under Islamic, but this is a funny question. Under Islamic law, you cannot eat dogs or
Let's just
pets.
imagine that for the sake of the conversation, maybe it's not possible, but just for the sake of conversation, that your parents don't want to follow that law, as you say, and they want to eat a dog.
Well,
Would you
they're my
participate in
parents. Well, they're my parents, and you know, I got to respect my parents. You know,
that? Sure.
this is
So would you consume a
yeah, of
dog?
course. I would. Well, it's a bro dog. Let's just say why you mentioned dog, bro. Please say beef or cow.
I can explain to you why I ask this question, but I'm going to need you to answer the question first. So if your parents all of a sudden start eating dogs, are you going to consume dogs?
Well, you mean, bro, the thing is we don't eat dogs. Like I said, they're for us
That's
pets,
not
you
what
know,
I
we don't.
asked. So
Bro,
I understand
there
you
are, like I
don't.
said,
I understand that you
yeah.
don't. But hypothetically,
Yeah.
in an imaginary
If this
world,
was
if your
this was
family,
allowed under religious law, then yes. Yes.
Okay, so if this was allowed by your religion law, you would eat dogs.
Yes.
Okay. But that's not the question that I asked you, right? Like the question that I asked you was if your parents would start eating dogs, regardless, your religion stays the same. And if your parents start eating dogs all of a sudden, doesn't
it
even
must
matter.
be religiously. It must be religious.
Actually, I'm going to interrupt. Sorry for the interruption, but
Yes,
your question isn't actually good. You're repeating the same thing, and I think he answered you already.
No. So you have not answered me. Let me be. I'll explain to you why when you actually answer the question. No. I'll be very clear on this one. So in a hypothetical scenario, this is not cherry picking because I'm not taking from a big set of data and trying to prove a big set of data with one small point. Please learn your fallacies before saying something is a fallacy. Now, what the question that I asked you is, if in a hypothetical scenario your parents all of a sudden start eating dogs, would you participate in it or not? I'm not in this hypothetical scenario. Your religion stays the same. Maybe your parents no longer follow their religion. Maybe your parents make an exception for this particular rule. I don't really care why they choose to do it. I'm just asking you my friend. I don't care about any of that. I'm simply asking you, if your parents start eating dogs, are you going to participate in it or not?
Bro, like I said, under religious law, and as a Muslim, we follow the religion first and then our parents. If the religion contradicts for what the parents says, then no, I'm not gonna follow that.
So no.
So yeah.
Okay.
If the religion says this, yeah, the religion is above the parents. Yes, I respect my parents.
Okay.
But I will not follow things who are against the religion. So there are some straight lines, you know.
Okay, the reason why I asked you this question, I just wanted a yes or no. I didn't need an explanation, but thank you for giving me that explanation. So the reason why I ask you this question is because you can say no to your parents, that means, right? If you have a good enough moral justification, you can say no to your parents. So then, if your parents are not vegan, then you can also say no to your parents if you want to be vegan, correct?
Well, technically, as a Muslim, it is not forbidden. Technically, guys, can I say something? Technically, as a Muslim, it is not forbidden to be a vegan. It is technically not forbidden to be a vegan. Like I am a moderate guy. I'm not a radical veganist. I say if I have opportunity to eat something else, then I do it.
That's not my question. My question is pretty simple. So I asked you again. I asked you if your parents started eating dogs. You said no. Okay, so now that means, to me, that tells me that you have the power to say no to your parents regarding what they eat. So that means that you can say no to your parents when your parents consume animal products because you think oppressing other animals is wrong. So, do you think oppressing other animals is wrong?
No.
Well, the thing is, my opinion is animals should die in a respectful way. So if we are sure that the animal died
so
in a
you have no
respectful
problem
way,
with oppressing
yes.
animals. You have no problem with oppressing animals.
Bro,
you just want
you
them
don't
to be killed in the right way, right?
In a respectful way. Yes, I watched some videos with some scandals about slaughterhouses which are according halal, but in reality they were not halal. Yes, I do condemn these things, you know. I condemn these things too as a Muslim, as I watched the videos who the vegan friends sent to me. The thing is just, we cannot condemn all of the meat eaters that they are oppressing the animals. You know, there are also some houses and farms who try their best, you know, that the animals have like free space, you know, they do what they want, and then in the end, you know, they
In
they
the
kill
end,
them.
at what? At what stage of their life? Because you said in the end.
In the end stage.
Sure. At 20% of their natural lifespan. No animal lives even at half their lifespan. But sure, you tell your story if you want to tell your story that. Now let's get to the point. Do you think it's okay to oppress animals for optional products?
Well, repeat your question again, please.
Is it okay to oppress animals, that means be cruel and unjust towards them, for optional products?
Yes.
So, okay, that's a good answer, bro.
oh, guys, you were very kind, were you?
Yeah, let's not talk to a child. I'm not interested in talking to children. I'm interested in having conversations with, who am I talking right now? Paitat. So Paitat, is it okay to oppress innocent animals for optional products?
Mate, you talk to children all the time.
I would not say this is oppression, my brother. Like I said,
I'm not saying.
yes.
Wait. Did I say is it okay to do this oppression to animals? I asked you the question. Is it okay to oppress animals for optional products? Please listen to the question.
Oppress animals for optional products.
Yes, is
Brother,
that moral?
If you look at the biological way that the human is an all-eater basically, and the humans always in the thousands of years eaten meat for survival, you know, if you look at the Stone Age, if you look other time period of stages. So yes, you actually need some meat in order also for your teeth.
Sure. But that's not the question that I asked you. We can go down that route. You said you need meat. Here's what I do. I will write it down, right? You said you need meat, right? I'll write it down. We'll tackle that. Now, please answer my question. Is it moral, according to you, to oppress an innocent animal for optional products?
Can I ask a question also before he answers it?
No. I'd like to finish this conversation and then you can go.
I first answer the question, sister, and then you can ask answer the question, and then you can answer if it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I don't like this question because it's like, do I like to choose force and oppression? Brother, the thing is, like I said, it's a difficult question to answer. So I would say for most of the people, they would say yes.
Nope. Most people actually say it's wrong to oppress animals for optional products. But I'm not interested in what most people do. I'm interested in what you think. And I didn't say that what you're doing is oppression for optional products. I didn't say that animal agriculture is oppression. This particular question right now boils down to this. Is oppression justified for optional products? Is oppression of animals justified for optional products?
Define oppression.
Yes.
Cruel and unjust treatment.
Well, cruel and
Is cruel unjust treatment
not-
always wrong? Okay, I'm sorry. I will wait.
This is always wrong. That's why what I said. The Islamic way, how you do that, is
No. I strictly asked you, is oppression morally justified? I don't want any prefix or suffix about how is done in the Islamic way, how you kill animals or all that stuff. I strictly asked you, if I were to want to oppress an animal for an optional product, doesn't even have to be food, by the way. I just said, I want to oppress an animal for an optional product. According to you, would I be acting morally or not?
Give me an example. Like you do milk with the cow. You do meat. You mean like that? You know.
I'll give you an example.
Really quick.
I take a sheep.
Give me
I take a sheep. I give them a tranquilizer and I hang them upside down by the leg, beat them to death. They don't feel pain. And then
if you beat them to death, this is called suffering, and this is not allowed.
They're not
So,
suffering. No, they're not suffering. They're under a tranquilizer. They don't even know.
Ah, so you mean it's being produced cheese and this, so you
No.
mean milk?
I never said any. Listen, man, please listen to my questions in isolation. We'll get to there, but we won't be able to get there if you're not listening to the questions in isolation. We need to
Then
get,
don't
we need to
talk
we
to-
need
then don't-
we need to
No,
establish a moral baseline, okay? In order for us to establish a moral baseline, we need to eliminate this
Okay,
idea
so
that you have
morality
in our
is
head.
subjective. We can agree that morality is subjective.
But that's
And
what we're
questions,
trying to do,
yes,
brother.
no,
Brother,
doesn't-
that's what we're
doesn't
trying to do. I'm
necessarily
asking
answer
questions about his morality. I'm asking questions about his morality, okay? That's what I'm
Make
doing.
your questions more broad.
Okay.
A yes
So
or no
is it
question
okay?
not-
Is it okay to oppress an innocent animal? Is it moral, according to your own values, to oppress an innocent
Sometimes
animal
yes.
for optional products?
For me,
Sometimes,
it
yes.
depends on the product that will be
Yeah, it
there.
depends what product. Yeah, it depends on the product. So
example,
Depends on the
cannot
product.
just.
If it's something that will help humanity or will help someone else, another human, then yes, it is permissible.
Let me be
If
clear.
it's not, then it isn't going to be good,
So let me be clear. Let me be clear. Is it okay to oppress an innocent animal for a product that you can get without oppressing the animal? That's what an optional product means. So let's be clear about that, okay? So is it okay
Give
to
me an
oppress
example- give me an
an
example.
innocent animal for a product that you can get without oppressing the animal?
Sure, I can
Well-
say yes, it is okay.
So it's
Yeah, it's
okay
okay.
to oppress an animal regardless, basically, because what
Yeah.
you're saying is even if there is a product that you can get without oppressing the animal, you're well within your rights to oppress an animal, correct?
Yeah, because I am the stronger
Yeah.
being.
Okay. So you're
Yes.
saying that it's because you are the stronger being. Okay. So if we find a being that is stronger than you, then it would be okay for that being to oppress you, correct? Maybe a different human
Sure.
being
If
even.
a lion catches me in the
No,
wild,
no, no, a
and I'm
different
weaker,
human being. A different
then
human being.
Then it is okay for him to hunt me.
No,
That's-
a different human being, No, a different human being. It's
Well,
pretty simple. A different
Yeah,
being
sure,
doesn't
yeah,
mean a different
animals-
species necessarily.
Yeah, sure. If you're the stronger human, you have the rights without laws. If you're in a state without any law, you can definitely hit another weak.
So your
human.
moral values, just to establish, because these are not my values, pretty clearly, your moral values are that it's okay to oppress or to exploit an innocent human even if you have power over them, correct?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. So
No.
then wait 1 second. Wait. Okay. So then
Okay, so-
would you
so
agree?
let me be
Wait.
clear.
Wait,
Let me
wait.
be clear on this.
Okay,
This is
I'm
a
gonna ask you.
conversation
Wait,
that
1 second. You gotta wait for a second. So, if it's right, if as you said, it is moral to oppress an innocent human being because you have power over them, then would you agree that the logical deduction from all this, it means that according to your values, slavery is moral?
That is an interesting question. I would argue that slavery still exists, actually.
Is slavery moral?
it
That's
still
not what I
exists.
ask. That's not
whichever
what I
way
ask.
we see it.
That's not
But
what I
okay, so
ask. Is it moral?
clear.
That's what I
Let me-
ask.
let me be clear on something. Let me be clear on something. If there was another being that exists that is stronger than humans, I don't know, so any fantastical beings or any beings of fantasy, and they like survive on eating human flesh or drinking their blood, do you think it is okay for them to do that?
Okay, thank you for asking that question. I will write it down that you have a question for me, okay? You have a question for me. Now, can you please answer my question, the one that I asked? Do you think slavery is moral?
Is slavery moral?
Yeah.
I would say no.
Okay, so why isn't slavery moral? Because it seems to me that that goes directly against the logical statement that you just made early on, where you said pretty clearly that if somebody has power over somebody else, they can oppress them. Slavery is a form of oppression there, and the slave owners did have power over the slave masters did have power over the slaves. That's why they were able to oppress them. Okay, so according to your simple logic, that means it's okay to oppress them, correct?
Yeah, okay, so let me be clear on something. If you have the power and a good reason, you can oppress anyone.
So, oh, they had pretty good reason. They get a lot of benefit from it.
Let me give you an example. For example, you're in a prison. There's a lot of like prisoners, criminals that killed people. Is it okay for you to oppress them?
No.
For you to head them?
No, of course not. So, let me ask you now. Of course not. So, okay.
Is it not okay for you to
sure
make them suffer for that?
Because they are innocent sentient beings? Well, they're not innocent. They're not innocent, but because they are sentient beings. Because listen, I'm not gonna sit here and discuss the way we should tackle prisons. We can do that afterwards if we want. I am writing down also prisons, but I very much want to stay on the subject. Okay? So you said, and we will stay on this subject. Okay? You said, as long as there is a good enough reason. Who defines this good enough reason?
It depends. For example, if you are going to oppress an innocent human being, I don't know, someone you brought in and you force them to work without like giving them proper treatment or giving them proper compensation, that is not allowed. But if they killed someone, if they made a crime, it is allowed for you to, punish them.
Well, I was pretty clear with you. Is it okay to oppress an innocent human being? And you said yes, if you have power over them. And then all of a sudden you add also if it's a good enough reason. So I am going to ask you who makes up what the good reason is yet again.
The laws.
Okay, so here there are two routes that we can go from this. We can look at religion or we can look at laws.
I'm interested. No, I don't care about morality. I don't care about legality, and I don't care about religion. I care about what your values are. Wherever those values come from, wherever your values come from, whether they come from you following what the law does, whether your values come from religion, I don't care. I'm just interested in where your values lie. So I'm exploring your values right now. So according to you, you said, and let me be clear, you said that it's okay to oppress an innocent human being for something that you don't actually need as long as you have a good enough reason. So who makes the good enough reason? The oppressor or the oppressed?
The society.
Okay. So are you asking a single person for that reason?
Or one person versus one person.
Wait. Can we talk about society or the
rules
rules
of one person versus one person? It's pretty simple.
Okay,
the question.
So here's the thing. One person cannot force his values or opinions on a group.
That's not what I'm saying. That's nothing. That has nothing to do with what I've been asking you so far. I've been asking you, according to you, if a person has power over another person, I'm going to mute you, okay? So if a person has power, over another, can we please get some moderating? Can we please get some moderating in here?
Bro, you cannot make a discussion.
I asked you a question and I am not going to change. I wrote down, I respect you. I wrote down absolutely all the subjects that you have changed. Please show me the bare minimum respect and having this conversation with me without changing the subject, please. I wrote down absolutely all the things that you said. You need meat, that you have a question for me, and that you want to discuss prisons. We can discuss all that, but can we please go through this thing that I asked you from the beginning? Is it okay to oppress? You said it is moral to oppress an innocent human being for optional products. So I will ask you yet again. You said if there's a good enough reason. Who makes this good reason?
She deafened herself. She deafened herself. So, Plant, if you want to have an open discussion with Chip about how Challenge 22 is unethical, hop on the mic, or else, like,
Let's go. Can I speak?
Man, let's go. Tell me,
Yeah.
how is it ethical? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm speaking now with Chip, right?
Yeah.
No, this is Plant. But you go ahead, man. Samurai Jack. You can do it. We agree on the same point, so go ahead.
Okay.
Hold on.
So you're also the vegan ambassador.
Yeah, man. It's good.
Okay.
Plant,
So I don't.
1 second.
I don't have a problem with you specifically. I'm sure you're a nice person, but I'm really trying to
Same.
understand where you come from. Do you
Same.
believe that? Do you believe that humans? What are humans? Can you explain that to me?
Oh, I can give you a good definition of what are humans, but I'll tell you what, I will write this down, what are humans, and I'll give you that definition. But the reason why I don't want to spoil it, they're just individuals of the class Homo sapiens. I'll give you this, that's it. But
Okay, so
go
sorry.
on. No, go on, you have questions, go on.
Okay, because I'm new here, I haven't
yeah.
been following this conversation a lot. So when I speak to vegans, I really get oftentimes, maybe you're different, I get short-sighted answers, right? The principles are oftentimes don't hurt others or just be nice, and all that. It's really short-sighted. It's
Okay,
low
let
IQ.
me
I don't think you are. I think you are smart. So I would love to ask.
Sure.
Do you believe? Well, I asked you what's a human, and you said a Homo sapien.
Yeah.
Do you believe a human is an animal?
A human being is an animal, yes. They're an animal with the species Homo sapiens, yes.
Okay. Are all animals equal?
No.
Why not? Who is different from the other?
What do you mean by equal? You and I are not equal. You are different than me. How can we ever be equal?
We are
What do you mean?
We are worth the same, but we are
Oh,
different.
you mean
individuals,
moral
but we're
worth?
Yes.
What kind of
I'm not
moral
talking
worth
about
are we
equal,
talking
like the
about?
same.
Are we talking
equal
about Are we talking about intrinsic moral worth or extrinsic moral worth?
Well, find the difference. Intrinsic, like
intrinsic means
just
every individual has intrinsic means it coming from within, and thus the moral value that individual holds, it's something that is coming from them. And extrinsic means that somebody else puts moral value on them.
as in like they do great acts and all that stuff, right?
No, as in, let me explain very simply. My family has more moral value to me than you have to me, because I place more moral value on them than I would on you. So extrinsically, my family has more moral value than you do. But intrinsically, both of you have equal moral value because both of you value your life equally.
Oh, well, you could just call that subjective. Subjectively to you, they are worth more, and
No. It's not about subjective or
not...
objective. It's about extrinsic versus intrinsic. Subjective or objective, it means it would either be from a subject or devoid of a subject. That's not the point.
But,
they're all subjective.
I'm sure your family are nice people, but you could have been born in a family.
I'll explain it to you.
Evil.
I'll explain it to you.
Wait, 1 second. You could have been born in a family which is abusing you,
in a way you
and
can
then they would not be
understand.
worth you.
Hold on. I'm going to explain it to you in a way that you can understand. Intrinsically is self-worth. Extrinsically is reputation. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's what I said in the beginning.
Sure. Okay, so let's move on with your question.
Let's just leave that aside, right? Intrinsically, as you said. Is
so
every animal equal?
So intrinsically, we all have equal moral value, yes.
All animals, and human beings are animals.
All animals that are sentient.
Who gave you the right to differentiate between sentient and non-sentient?
Do you want to understand what's the difference between sentience and non-sentience and why that is a good enough justifier for moral worth or not?
Well, kind of, because I would say it's known that trees are sentient.
No, entities. It is not known that trees are sentient and trees are not sentient. By
communication systems.
What does sentience mean to you? What does sentient mean to you?
Having consciousness.
Okay, so the fact that somebody communicates means that they are consciousness?
You could say so.
So the fact that my brain communicates with my heart and my heart communicates with my blood vessels, does that mean that my heart is sentient?
I believe so, yes, to be honest. But
my heart is sentient.
But this is a religious point of view that I have. Your heart is alive. It's an alive
Is
thing
my
that,
liver is my liver sentient?
No, you could say no. Okay.
Okay, so my liver communicates with all the other organs in my body. So it's not sentient, correct? So something communicating with something else does not make them sentient, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so sentience, I'll describe it to you. Sentience, it means the subjective, it means the capability to have a subjective experience. In other words, it means that you are the subject of your own universe. You go around, you look left and right, you do whatever you do, and you form positive or negative emotions based on that.
Sure.
And that's it. That's what sentience is. And animals are sentient, plants are not sentient. Yes.
Okay. So following your principle, I am not immoral for killing an animal because I believe, let me take your worldview. I believe I am an animal and I am equal to all animals in the animal kingdom because we're all sentient, right? But according to your definition, we're all equal then. So
we all have equal intrinsic value. Yes.
Yes, that's what I mean when I say equal. I'm not talking about other stuff. I'm talking about intrinsic. So when I walk in a forest and I meet a grizzly bear,
yes,
do you think he believes in sparing me? Does he have a thought process of like, oh man, he's a nice guy?
Do you know what the difference between moral agents? Do you know the difference between a moral agent and a moral patient?
Define the difference.
So a moral agent is somebody who can understand morality and make moral choices based on their understanding of morality. A moral patient is somebody who cannot understand morality and they make choices regardless of what the moral aspect of them there is. I'll give you an example. A moral agent is an adult human being, but not every adult human being is a moral agent. There's several people who have cognitive abilities who cannot be moral agents. There's also children are not moral agents. Children are moral patients. The same with animals. Animals are moral patients. They're not moral agents. So if a moral patient is attacking you, I'm sure they are attacking you because they think what they're doing is not because what they think is what is right, because they can't. The whole point of it, a moral patient cannot distinguish right from wrong. So an animal cannot distinguish what is right or what is wrong. The animal will act based on the emotions that they have seeing you. And an animal seeing a human being will be well within their rights to try and defend themselves because human beings do awful things to animals. So just FYI, again, an animal is a moral patient.
Yeah, I'm listening.
You are a moral agent. You know what is right from wrong. An animal doesn't. It's the same.
I disagree.
What is it that you disagree on?
When I see what's that animal called? Like a goat, for example, and his child is born, I can see him be protective. I can see him when I approach it, or a chicken, a female chicken, right? She lays eggs, and I approach the children. She gets aggressive. She wants to bite me because
they're defending their children.
For example, I think that's a moral act. That's some kind of morality. Maybe not.
Do you
on
think
our
they
level.
do it? Do you think they do it? Do you think they do it because it's a moral thing, or do you think they do it because they have an emotional attachment to their children and they wouldn't want them to be harmed?
They are interchangeably used.
They're not interchangeably used. Take for instance, I have zero emotional reaction to most animals on this planet. I have zero emotional attachment to them. Yet I make a pretty simple claim that it is immoral to exploit and slaughter them. See what I did? I can make claims about what is right and what is wrong without having an emotional attachment to those individuals. An animal will simply, based on an emotional attachment that they have to them, will react accordingly. So they might have also, they may have wills, they may also have desires and wills, but that does not mean, yet again, that they are moral agents. They are simply moral patients.
Perfect question.
So your barrier for intrinsic equality is the fact that we are all, that we are sentient, but you're saying basically we are equal, but we are not. We are equal because we are
I never said we're equal. Hey. I corrected you every single time. We are not equal. We have equal intrinsic moral value. Yes.
Okay, I have used that word in equal only in the case of intrinsic moral value. You know
There you
that
go.
what it means. It's subconscious, you know. It's intrinsic. Okay, you know what? I will use intrinsically equal. Then you understand what I mean, okay? So
Sure.
you all say, I agree, we are intrinsically equal. We are all the same intrinsically equal. And then you say, well, but we are not, because we are moral agents and we have this superiority on
How
us
does that
the others don't
derive?
have.
How does that derive? That does not follow. Do you understand that? That's a non sequitur. One statement that you have made does not result in the resulting statement. Me saying that animals are moral patients. No, listen to what I'm saying. Me saying that animals are moral patients and humans are moral agents does not logically mean that they have less moral value, less moral intrinsic value. Well, that's exactly what you said just now. You said, how is it that I think that they have less moral value because they're moral patients? They don't. Moral patients have the same intrinsic moral value as moral agents.
Okay,
Can
so
I say something? Can I say
according to
something?
my
It's very
opinion,
important.
that differentiation of moral agents and moral patients makes me believe that one is intrinsically superior to the other.
No, they're not. It's just that one knows right for wrong.
Yes, and that makes me superior. I believe that. So
okay, so you're superior to a child, correct?
Huh?
You're superior to a child.
No.
Wait, but a child is not a moral agent. A child is a moral patient. Therefore, according to your own logic just now, you are superior to a child.
A child is not always. What are you talking like an infant or something?
The reason why it's wrong for a child, the reason why a child cannot consent, by the way, is because a child is a moral patient and not a moral agent. It's the same reason.
Your opinion.
No, brother. That is not my stance. That is not my stance. That is a logical assessment, okay? That's pretty simple. So I'll ask you yet again, do you believe you have more moral value than an intellectually challenged human being? Somebody who is not a moral agent?
Like a handicapped person or something mentally, no, I'm not superior to him.
Okay, so then it does not really matter. It does not really matter whether you're a moral agent or a moral patient, as we've established. Both of you have equal intrinsic value.
But that handicapped person, is superior to an animal because of the fact that he's a human being.
Okay, so it's strictly that they belong to the group Homo sapiens that makes them superior because the other animal doesn't belong to the group Homo sapiens, correct? That's what your statement is.
Look, we could kind of, because we could say lions are physically. No, wait. You have a broad term and then one little exception, and then you want to disregard the rest. I would say a lion.
I can explain to you exactly what I'm doing. I'm not doing what you just said you're doing. Listen, I will listen to your argument, but don't say that I'm doing some things. I'm simply making the statement. I'll explain to you what logical statement I am making. Because according to you, and I'll explain it logically, all human beings, absolutely all human beings, it would be immoral for you to oppress them. All human beings. Is that correct?
No,
so it's okay to oppress certain all innocent human beings. Let me be clear.
Innocent. That's different.
Okay, so is it okay? So 1 second, is it wrong to oppress all innocent human beings?
Is it a wrong thing to oppress all innocent human beings? Yes, I would say that's wrong.
Okay, perfect. So then if we take any single individual from that group of that's when you make such a logical statement that it's wrong to oppress all individuals from that group, then if I take one single individual from that group, it should be just as wrong to oppress them, correct?
If he's innocent, yeah, sure.
There you go. Okay, so I take one innocent individual. I'm not cherry picking. Well, I am in a sense, but I'm not doing the cherry picking fallacy because what I'm doing, they're all innocent. Yes, as I said, yes. So what I'm doing is
they're all innocent.
Yes,
same as they're all humans. So I believe them to be superior.
So listen. No. Wait. You again. If you're gonna make statements, I cannot just run over to those statements. Okay.
I'm not saying you say it.
But you cannot just say statements like that. Okay. So.
Let me come to a point and then you rebuttal, okay? I would just want to hear this from you. If you see a lion, do you agree that a lion is more superior to you in terms of physical power?
Yes.
Okay, so is it now a safe statement for me to make to say lions are physically superior to Chip?
Yes.
Okay, so now I see on the road, I see in the jungle, I see a handicapped lion. Three paws of him got detached in battle. He has one paw. He can do nothing basically. Now, this lion is not physically superior to you. You could kill him if you want. with your bare hands. He cannot run away. He cannot attack you with its claws. He's basically, he doesn't have the power anymore. He's weakened. What you're doing is basically saying, well, see, there's this one lion with who cannot physically defend himself against Chip, so Chip's now superior physically. So the rules don't kind of work anymore.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done. That's basically what I'm saying.
That wasn't what I was doing. Just to be listen, you just said you were done. Okay, add more. Sure.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, my little addition is the same way that lion with 3 detached claws and handicap claws, which makes you now physically superior to that lion. The same way, that exception, the same way for the handicapped people and the infants who cannot morally, deduct reasoning and all that stuff. They include, we include them in the term Homo sapiens, just as the lion is included in the term lion with its 3 handicapped claws. Okay, go ahead.
Sure. So I will, I don't know what that addition was supposed to add to anything, but I'll just go with it. And I'll say, I'll continue with your experiment and tell you the same thing. Lion might be physically superior to me, just as I might be intellectually superior to more human beings, or, to an intellectually challenged human being, or maybe even to that lion themselves. Intellectual superiority or physical superiority does not mean that I have more moral value or that they have more moral value, correct? Intrinsic moral value. You disagree on this one. Okay, so you think, you see what I'm doing right now, because what you're saying is that my statement is pretty clear. I never said that you are not intellectually superior to an animal, or that an animal may not be physically superior to you. I simply stated that regardless of these differences, physical differences or intellectual differences, the intrinsic moral value is the same. So I will ask you yet again, you might be intellectually superior to an intellectually challenged human being. You might even be physically superior to them if they're also in a wheelchair. Does that mean that you have more moral value than them?
In my belief system, no, because we are all humans.
So there you go. Okay, so what exactly is that? Because you say because they're all part of my group, but your group means absolutely nothing in this logical statement. Because this group could always be taken another group. Like take for instance, you say we're all humans. I could say, well, we're all primates, therefore we should be extending all of this to primates. So I would be making the group bigger, or I could make the group even smaller. We're all white people, therefore it's okay to do this to them. I'm not sure if you're white, but you understand my point. So you see what I mean? Judging based on a group does not give you more moral value or less moral value.
I want to say something important.
Also dictates reality in a way, no?
I want to ask the brother a question, which is important, and then I want to say a follow statement.
No, can we just finish this other conversation? I'm getting very tired by switching conversations one by one. Let's just finish this conversation, please, and then maybe we'll have another one. I don't know, but I'm getting very tired between switching conversation from one point to another.
All I can say, okay, go ahead.
So, are we in agreement that intrinsic moral value is not dependent on physical strength or intellectual strength?
I believe humans are superior to animals because we have superior intellectual strength.
But you just, okay, so humans are superior to, listen to me. A human being, if you say, so let me make you this logical statement. All human beings are morally superior, have intellectual superiority to an animal because, go on.
Oh, you're trying to make me finish.
Yeah,
all human beings are intellectually superior
to all animals. I want you to use the statements all, because that's what you're saying, right? So I'm not talking here about the species.
Certain exceptions.
So you're saying all human beings have more moral value than all animals because they are all intellectually superior, correct?
As good as all of them are intellectually superior, yes.
Okay, so again, when you say all, that means that I can pick and choose each one of them, and I will pick and choose one that does not have a moral value, that does not have the same intellectual superiority to an animal. So I'll pick an intellectually challenged human being who has the same intellectual capacity of an animal, okay? So right now, Who has the more moral value? Because none of them have intellectual superiority.
Brother, when a statement is made, certain exceptions don't disprove the rule. If I say human beings have 2 arms, everyone knows.
No. So let me be clear. No, let me be clear. If you say all human beings, brother, if you say all human beings have 2 arms, then there isn't a single human being on this planet that doesn't have 2 arms. Do you understand that? If you say all human beings have 2 arms, that's why I asked you, make a statement with all. Can you please make a statement with all?
As good as all.
No, not as good as all. We make logical statements here, mathematical statements. We don't make statements of, maybe some or something. We're not wussies here. We make clear statements. So make a clear statement. You said human beings are superior to, all human beings are superior to all animals because of intellectual superiority. Is that true or not?
Okay, I understand where you're going. Let me steelman your argument. Not strawman, steelman it. So you're saying I disprove your argument because there are some handicapped people who are not intellectually
I'm not saying
superior
that
to
at all.
animals.
Nope.
So therefore, your worldview is
gonna
wrong.
cut
That's
off
what you're
this
saying to me, basically,
conversation.
right?
He asked you. I'm gonna cut off this conversation. He asked you a yes or no question. You need to answer in a yes or no answer, else.
But he's gonna come with some exception there. Be what is this handicapped
Hold on.
person who's not
Hey,
smart? So
hey,
therefore,
dude.
your rule
Hey,
doesn't stand.
Well, I can make a statement about how humanity, if you
Hold
want,
on, please.
which is
He asked
actually
you.
true.
Hold on, please,
And a fact.
please. Hold on, please. He asked you a yes or no question. If you cannot answer in a yes or no answer, the conversation is over.
Yes, and exceptions don't disprove the rule. Yeah, that's my answer.
Yes, they do, because when you make a logical statement, if I say that all cars are blue, then the fact that one car is red would make my statement of all cars are blue false.
Is the sky blue?
What the fuck does that mean? Well, depending
asking
who,
you, yes or no, yes or no,
depending
simple,
who's
yes or no,
depending who's watching, who's looking at it. To a human being, perhaps the sky is blue. To a person, to an individual who has infrared views, the sky may be violet.
This is what I'm doing too. You're giving context now. See, now you're trapping me saying, "Oh, you cannot give extra words." And if I tell you to say
No,
yes
that's
or
not
no,
what I'm doing.
the whole thing, maybe to human beings, maybe
No.
other animals don't
No,
see it that way.
So let me
you're allowed
explain.
to make
I'll explain to
extra
you
additional
once,
kind
and
of-
I'll explain to you yet again. I explained to you once, and I'll explain to you yet again, and for
Ask
the
you a
last
simple
time,
question. Is the
and
sky
for
blue,
the
yes or
last
no?
time, and for the last time, I will explain it to you. Okay? When it comes to an array of values, that's a term in programming. I'm not sure. Do you know what an array is?
Basically, how do you say that? Like
A
when
s-
you
a
combine.
set. Let's say a set.
Yes.
A set. Okay,
Combination
so
set.
so if I have a set comprised of 5 items in that set, okay, 5 items in that set, okay, and I say that all those 5 items are red, what will you think each color of each item is?
Red.
Okay, so if I all of the sudden bring out one of the items and say, and you see it as blue, then wouldn't you say that my statement of all the items in that set are red is false?
Yes, you know what's the problem about that?
It is a
example?
pretty
You're
simple
making an
logical
example
statement.
using
Analogy
a
is
logic
wrong.
system, which is
For
classical
fuck's
logic.
sake, man,
The problem
simple
is
logic.
that when we talk about those kind of stacks, we are using Bayesian logic. Do you know about that? Like something can be statistically valuable, but
I never
not,
said statistics. I
logically
use
correct.
mathematics.
Like,
I use
so for
simple
example,
mathematics.
yeah,
I
am
never
low
used the
mathematics.
statistic.
Like,
I never made a
you must know
statistical
that,
claim.
when we
This what you say is
when
not
we make this
correct
kind of
analogy at
statements,
all.
we cannot use classical logic, right? We
I did
cannot
not
use
make a
this
statistical
type
statement.
of formal statements.
I did not make a statistical statement.
wait,
I made a mathematical
Yeah,
statement.
you
If
did.
there's
No,
a set of
I'm
items and
saying
all
that you
items
are
in that set
using
are
the
in a
wrong
certain way,
mathematical
then
framework
absolutely
to think
all
about
items
that.
in that
And
statement have to be in a
what
certain
you
way.
are doing is argument about the framework instead of arguing about the topics, which is just a very stupid and simple way to change actually the argument in order to not let the other people give his opinion. And
yes,
yeah,
it's kind of
if
obvious.
I say,
yeah, sure.
if I say there are about 100,000
I'm the stupid one.
useless.
Sure,
It's completely useless to the conversation.
Sure. It is useless because the whole reason why I will agree to you with one simple thing. The only reason why I brought this whole set that I explained to you with the set of all 5 items being red was because you simply don't seem to want to understand the perspective that there are human beings who have the same intellectual capacity of animals, and yet they have more moral value in your eyes. So your statement of saying all human beings have more moral value than all animals is false, because there is one single human being who has the same intellectual capacity of all animals. Okay, so it's pretty simple. It's a pretty simple logical statement.
Weak stance to have.
Doesn't even matter. It's a mathematical stance, my friend. It doesn't even matter. If somebody tells you to prove that all items if somebody tells you all items in my bag are red and you have to prove them wrong, you just have to prove that one item in this bag is not wrong, and that whole statement is not wrong. That's it. I can't believe I have to teach you simple logic or mathematics. Can we please move on to the next person? I really don't want to talk to another person who is doesn't seem no simple.
You know, because
let me give you one example. Because you don't know what you're saying.
I want to say something. If you wait, I don't care, Alex, what you say right now. I want to say something for respect of the other guy who did the conversation. Chip, I want to say something clear to you. You have indeed good arguments, Chip, if you listen to me. You indeed have good arguments. But there is a very big but from my side. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Can you
Can I say something?
Okay.
I will only
Okay.
say that.
Wait. I want
to talk
okay.
like Ali wants.
Okay.
You guys are trying to talk about what it's morally right. The problem is that humans are like the more dominant species.
Hold on.
Jesus
Hold
Christ,
on.
man. Jesus
So we are
Christ.
the only moral agents. We can do
You guys
whatever the
can't
fuck we
even let
want,
each
and
other
it will be
talk.
right.
I'm gonna
Guys.
start muting somebody.
Guys.
You guys can't even let each other talk.
Thank you.
I'm being interrupted the most.
Like,
I'm also.
Yeah. Look, finish your point, pay it that, and then we're gonna move on.
Okay, my point in my statement is, Chip, I do respect you. I do really respect you that you have a lot of knowledge. But, brother, the thing is what I want to say. I worked a lot in the sales thing. If you want to convince a person about your statement, about your argument, bro, I mostly in the time I go to the Muslim channels for religious teachings. And if people with other questions come to me, I don't tell them, no, you're wrong, this and that, and be louder and louder, bro. The thing is, people will realize that I'm not saying that you are talking arrogantly, but it sounds for a lot of people that you talk arrogantly, okay? And the thing is, you will not convince people although you have the knowledge, which I respect you, to convince them to be a vegan. So I would humbly request you and recommend you that you talk in a more same level. If you talk on the same level with the person in his situation, then maybe you can convince him.
Sure.
You understand?
Thank you for the advice. Sure. Thank you for the advice.
Okay, so Plant, you're up next. So
I just have one more conversations, by the way, everybody. I'm getting pretty tired, and I need to cook my food for dinner. So I will have one more conversation. Whoever wants to have.
Man, what do you want me to talk about?
Plant, you had the opinion that Challenge 22 is an immoral
I have a
website.
question for
Go
you,
ahead.
Chip guy. If you can answer.
It's Challenge 22 is backed by Israeli and NGO.
Do you guys listen to me?
Yeah.
Well,
in their way.
My question is
doing genocide on humans is basically the same as genocide on animals.
Sorry.
Oh, let me finish. Like, I've been waiting here for like half an hour.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
So if there's no nuisance in any of your guys' story, then how does that work? Just explain to me, because I want to learn. I'm here for a reason. Like, I have better things to do. But
So you're absolutely.
Convince me.
So thank you for bringing that up. I did not know, first of all, that they were an Israeli-run thing. Second, I don't think that the fact that what the Israeli government is doing is in any form or shape moral. Let's be clear on that statement, first of all. But I don't think that means that every single Israelian in Israel is their sheer existence or them wanting to make an existence out of themselves makes them immoral. Okay, so that by me sharing a website like Challenge 22, which is owned by, as you said, an Israeli NGO, does that mean that I am in any shape or form supporting what the Israeli government is doing? I am not supporting it, just to be clear.
Okay, that's cool. There. Good. That's good there. Now, my other point is about consuming wildlife and consuming animals that are killed for population control. What's wrong with that?
That's not related to veganism, but I'll indulge you. It's not. Veganism is about rejecting animal exploitation as much as is possible and practicable, but we'll go into that. Sure.
I got attacked by XL for consuming animals. I said I was not against veganism. I got attacked for consuming animals.
You got attacked. How did you get attacked?
No. I made an argument that by definition, the consuming of animals is not immoral.
So please explain to me.
He disagreed with me.
Okay, so please explain to me how exploiting an innocent sentient being for a product that is optional to you is moral.
No, it's not an optional product. It's
okay.
I buy a deer every 6 to 8 months.
Okay, wait a minute. So
this is killed because if they don't kill it, it will starve a horrible death during the winter.
Sure. Now let's imagine that it were optional, right? Let's imagine that you can thrive on a plant-based diet. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, I thrive on a plant-based diet. But
so you can thrive on a plant-based diet. Okay, so then exploiting and slaughtering an innocent sentient being, if you can choose not to do that, then it is optional,
correct? I'm completely against industrial killing of animals.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked, and I'll ask it yet again. No, okay. I'll say it again. Knowing that you can thrive on a plant-based diet, that means consuming any form of animal product will imply one form or another of exploitation, abuse, and or slaughter of an innocent sentient being for a product that, because you don't need, is essentially optional to you.
No, I disagree.
What statement do you agree? But you don't need it.
I disagree. I don't need it, but
so it's optional.
By participating, yeah, it's optional. But
so it is optional.
By me buying the animal, I make it possible for the industry to enact and population control, which prevents the animals from suffering during the winter.
Sure. So we can go down that route, whatever. But let's first acknowledge that you are essentially killing an animal in the. Brother, it's still optional to you. No, it's still optional to you. Let me be clear.
Optional,
it is optional, correct?
Because I care about animals, I choose to buy animal products from population control projects.
Okay. So let's. I'm gonna ask you the same question again, and we'll go right into what you said if you are able to answer this question.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, is it moral to exploit and or slaughter an innocent sentient being for an optional product?
Not for an optional product. No, you're right there. Yeah.
It is not correct. Okay. Now let's go into this other thing. Okay. Do you need to consume deer flesh?
No, I don't need to consume deer flesh.
Okay. You don't need to. So it is optional to you, correct?
But do you have to let them starve?
No. We'll get there.
Okay. No. I'm following your pace, man. You're a bit slow, but go ahead.
Sure. So, do you need? It's optional to you, correct?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. So, according to your previous statement, then you choosing to hunt this innocent sentient being, or let me ask you this: do you think hunting an innocent sentient being is that exploitation/slaughter? No, it is not slaughter. It does not classify under slaughter.
If I don't interfere.
So yet I'll ask you again. I never mentioned a presupposed destiny or purpose that you bestowed onto them. I simply asked you, is it moral to exploit / slaughter, to slaughter a sentient? I understand, and we will get to your case, but in order to get to your case, you have to understand a little bit of it, and you seem to not want to engage with it. So I'll ask you yet again, is it moral to slaughter, to kill, I'll just use kill, is it moral to kill an innocent sentient being for an optional product?
No.
No. Okay. So you already established that you eating deer is optional, correct?
Yes.
And you hunting them is you killing them, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then in this situation, you are killing an innocent sentient being for an optional product. Why would this situation become moral?
Because the alternative is them dying a horrible death of starvation.
The alternative is them dying.
You
How?
mentioned cows, by the way. You didn't mention deer. You changed your statement. It was wild.
No, I said deer, cows. I buy whatever is available due to this project I support.
Sure. So can population control be done in other ways other than killing an animal?
Maybe.
So then why do you support the one that is immoral to you?
No, it's not immoral.
Wait, you just said that killing an animal for an optional product is immoral. So there you go.
Population control. What's the alternative to population control if by not killing them?
Neutering some of them, introducing some of them that are
neutering makes them domesticated animals.
So the best way to do it, the best way that we've controlled populations, and it's the most common way to control population, by the way, is not through killing them, because that, FYI, that accomplishes nothing. That's such a temporary solution. The way to do it so that you actually control the population is done, it's done through introducing sterilized individuals. Yes, sterilizing some of them.
So you cut the balls off.
Yes. So why is it that you think?
And how is that not making an innocent
No, it is
animal
clearly immoral. And I never touched the word suffering. You just brought it suffering up right now. It is clearly still immoral, if you ask me. Just because I think a population control is immoral by
and keeping it alive.
No, population control is inherently immoral. By the way, it is.
Yes, because humans take up too much space in this world.
There you go. So you already acknowledged that if we had to control population of animals, we should control populations of humans too. But since it's immoral to do to humans, it should obviously logically follow that it would be immoral to do to animals also.
So what's the end point?
That you are paying, that you are, again, killing an innocent animal for an optional product, and you said all of a sudden that it becomes moral, yet just before I asked you, you said it's immoral.
Animals alive. We keep all the animals alive, we keep all the humans alive. How does this end?
They lived a life and they died a life that they want to live or want to die.
So they keep expanding their population,
Exactly. The problem is
so let me ask you this. So first of all, yet again, that the issue with population control let me put it this way, because it's not the issue with population control. The issue with biodiversity in an ecosystem is not one that I am an expert in, and I'm sure you can have a conversation with somebody.
I can speak about it if you want.
Thank you. Please enlighten us.
Okay. The thing
but by the way, if we finish this conversation,
there is no such thing as an equilibrium in life. Like in all biology books, you will find that life fundamentally is very aggressive and want to expand.
I'm not interested in this, by the way. I'm not interested in this, so I'm going to finish this conversation and go, okay? So you guys can continue having this conversation, by the way, without me.
What I'm trying to say is that this is very stupid. Because everything
in
this planet,
I'm not interested in having... I'm not interested in one person... No, let's be clear. Let me be clear and very clear on this one. I am not interested in a person claiming some credentials and starting off with their scientific credentials credentials by saying that life is aggressive or some bullshit like that. No, thank you. That's not what we're talking about here. We know life is aggressive. We know shit happens all the time. We're talking about pretty clearly over here. We're talking about pretty clearly about the morality of it, okay? We're not talking about what shit that happens. We know shit happens, man. We know bad shit happens around the world. We're strictly talking about whether it is moral to do bad shit or not, okay? That's pretty simple. If you want to have that conversation with me, we can have it. That's it. We can have it. If not,
right? You promised to answer my question, right? Is
And
it moral
I
to
answered
let
your
wild
question.
animals starve?
No.
Is it moral to let wild animals starve if you have the power not to?
Is it moral to let wild animals starve? No. Wait.
So
that's morally agnostic. That's morally agnostic, actually. You don't have a moral obligation to make wild animals not starve.
If you control,
you have a moral obligation. You have a moral obligation towards your actions, not other people's actions.
Nature. It's a human. It's an environment established by humans for nature to thrive. So we, like a national park, right? It needs population control, for example.
That doesn't necessarily have to mean killing. Yet again.
No, that means cutting someone's balls off.
No. It means sterilizing them. Sterilizing doesn't necessarily have to involve cutting somebody's balls off.
Oh, but it does interfere with the nature of the animal, right?
Sure.
So that's immoral.
Yeah, it is. As I said, us controlling wild population is immoral. I've stated from the beginning that, yes. Are there better ways of doing it? Sure. There are better ways of doing it, but no way of doing it makes it moral.
Not to mention, I'll just add to end this, because it really is
it's a ridiculous conversation from the first place. You said you're against supporting needless animal exploitation, and you support it. There you go.
No, you're making assumptions again. It's okay, but the whole group does it.
Hold on.
Nope.
Sorry,
Nope.
Dude, can I respond? Can I just end this conversation?
Yes.
Yeah. With population control, there is natural population control with disease, illness, etc. Population control will increase migrations and stuff like that. There has never been a single time in history where population has gotten so rampant that it has just taken over the whole world. There you go.
You live in the States, right?
Yes.
Do you know about the wolf problem in Europe?
The wolf problem?
Yeah, expanding of
Yeah. So again,
let him finish. What is the wolf problem?
It's a population that started in Eastern Europe, and they're slowly moving to Western Europe, and they're basically killing any population they find.
Sure.
Like either deer, bunnies, whatever the fuck you want.
Sure.
They're killing everything.
Sure.
For fun. They don't even consume it. So.
Sure. So?
Is that a good thing?
No.
They shouldn't be controlled? Yeah.
No. Why do you have the right to control the fact that humans have the reason why they're doing this is because humans have come to their spots and displaced them. So do you have the right to control what humans are doing?
There's no way back, Chip. Like, we started controlling animal populations hundreds and hundreds of years
That
ago.
doesn't make it moral. It's the same principle.
No,
we
but
were
there's
eating
no
animals
way
for a
back.
long
There's
time.
no way back.
That doesn't make it
no way
moral.
back.
My friend,
There's
in nature,
no way
there
back.
is no morality. Morality is a human construct.
Okay, I'm
We
gonna
are the
exit this.
only
I'm
agent
done with
of
this
morality in
conversation
this
and this
planet.
person saying bullshit thing. I'm not interested
This
in
is not a
you-
bullshit. This
it
is a fact.
very much
Like,
a bullshit
if
thing.
you do not believe this is a fact, you can actually prove it. Even win a Nobel Prize.
You clearly do not understand
exactly
what I said. Like,
you don't understand
Jesus,
it.
You're you're so much on your high horse, man. It's ridiculous.
Okay. Have a nice
really
time, Mr.
expensive.
Plant. No, I am not. And just for that, I will mute you. There you go. Because you know why? Because I have the power to do so. Why not? And with that, I will say goodbye to everybody, and I will see you in the next one. Come back again, have the same conversations with me. But right now, I no longer have patience for you. I'm sorry. So have an awesome day, and I'll see you in the next one. And to my vegan people watching, that's it. I'm pretty tired. I'm no longer interested in having these conversations with these people. It's trying to explain simple logic to people. It's pretty tiring. So yeah, I'm pretty tired. It's the simple logic that bothers me. That's what's bothering me, and I just don't have the energy yet again with somebody who doesn't understand the nuance about logic, like just clumps in all together. Oh, there's an ecosystem and it's moral or immoral. No, thank you. That's not what I'm interested in. Morality is not tied to an ecosystem or something. Even that person admitted that it's morality doesn't exist in nature. So then why even question this whole bullshit? Anyway, thank you so much everybody for being here. I hope you have learned something from these conversations. I'm gonna go relax for a bit. Yeah, and I see some people are saying to me that I'm illogical. Man, that just confirms to me that you might be highly illogical, because I've explained pretty clearly all the logical statements that I've made. Let's see. Does anybody else have any questions? I'll do 5 minutes of questions, how I always do. Hey, thank you, David, for being here. I appreciate you. Your occupation doesn't define level of logic. I never claimed that I did. That it did. Pretty simple. I've never claimed that I'm true. It's true. What I'm saying is true or logical because of my occupation. I claimed that the reason why it is true and logical is because it follows the rules of logic and critical thinking. I'm a vegan zealot. Oh, I'm sorry. That's just too funny. Do you know what a zealot means? It's somebody who is not willing to change their opinion when proven wrong. So far, nobody has proved me wrong. So therefore, why would I change my opinion? Nobody used any form of logical thinking in their statement. So no. Linda says, I don't blame you for being tired. This is always exhausting. This was pretty exhausting. Yeah, like trying to explain to people. Vegan Felek, stay hydrated. Thank you so much. End this stream. You're just turning people away from veganism, said somebody who's your brother in Christ. Listen, man, it's so silly to me, the fact that you have a nickname called your brother in Christ, and you come in and say such hateful things towards somebody. Like, why would you even say such a thing, you know? It's pretty clear that I care about animals and people adopting a plant-based diet so they no longer exploit animals. And you coming here and saying all of this, do you think really accomplishes anything? I believe that you're just a hater, and it really would go in direct contradiction with your supposed Christianity. But that's nothing new for me, because that's why I gave up religion. Because most people who are in a religion don't even care about actually being moral. They just care about peddling some rules and feeling good about themselves. David says he won't even look at the links I sent. Wow, it's insane. HK Musician, what happened? You're in my stream, but you said you wanted to debate me. I told you I'm live. What happened? All of a sudden you no longer want to debate me? HK Musician? Or are you also lacking the logic to debate me? Okay, it's pretty clear. It's we just have people victimizing themselves in the chat and not people interested in having a conversation or actually tackling certain topics. And I'm tired. So thank you so much everybody for being here. Let's be fair. Let's be logical. And, you know, let's respect all sentient beings. That's it. Just respect all sentient beings. Stop exploiting them, stop oppressing them, stop all of it. Just respect all sentient beings. Be vegan. Be feminist. Be pro LGBTQ. All of it. Just you know, respect people's autonomy and everything, okay? That's what we're here for. None of anything else. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Have an awesome day. And, you know, I welcome debates. I just can't do it today anymore, okay? But in the next days, sure. Contact me on Discord. My handle is Vegan Power Lab. You can contact me there, okay? Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, don't burn yourself out. Dave, that's exactly why I quit at that moment, because I felt specifically that it was going to really drain me if I continue, and I really didn't want to do that. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I appreciate, by the way, all the vegans. Also, some people made some cool donations. I forgot to mention them. Let me mention them, because I appreciate everybody making donations. Veganosaurus with the 10 euros. Thank you. Animals are not objects. Rogan saying, bro, animal domestication has been a practice since the dawn of time, even in the Bible. Sure, it has been. That does not mean it's moral, but thank you for donating. Jesus didn't fist cows, says Veganosaurus. Thank you yet again for the donation. And you are right. I don't think that Jesus did that. And even if he did, that wouldn't mean that it is moral yet again. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Have an awesome day. And stay hydrated, okay?